Welcome one, welcome all. My name is Avalab. I am a retro slash variety streamer. Today we are going to be playing some Shadowgate 2014. I wish I could say we were playing the original Shadowgate, but that is not the case. Uh, I wish one of these days that I would and could play it, and I will make it happen. Just today is not that day. Tomorrow will not be that day either. The day after that will not be that day. But one of these days, just one of these days, it will be the case where we play the original Shadowgate. Um, we might be able to actually find it on like Good Old Games or something of sorts. I'm not entirely sold on the idea of getting myself a an original hardware NES. Mainly because, in all honesty, a lot of the games in that library are not exactly games I get super thrilled about. Don't get me wrong. I started playing video games as early as NES era. So I think, if anything, actually, I'm pretty sure that we still had like an Atari, and we had some games for that system. So I actually did get a chance, a rare chance, but a chance nonetheless to play the Atari game or a few, and then some NES games, leading into the SNES and onward. So I do have memories of playing like Joust on the Atari. I do have memories of playing Bubble Bobble, the original TMNT, Jaws on the NES. Shadowgate most definitely was a game that not only did I play, but also a game that haunted the crap out of me. Since by the time I had picked up a controller to play Shadowgate, must have been, oh my gosh, probably like 9 or 10 years old actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe even younger than that actually. Let's see. Yeah, actually, I think I was like anywhere from 8 years old to 10 years old when I first picked up um Shadowgate, the NES version, and I will say it absolutely terrifying game. My parents were pretty laid back. So they were just pretty much hey, if you want to play this, play this. They did try to warn me, of course, that hey, this might be something a little bit heavy for you. But they were supportive. They let me play the game. They let me explore and what have you. And of course, when I absolutely got completely freaked out, they were there for me too. Now, it isn't to say that it was one those "what we told you so" kind of moments, or anything of sorts, or even a hey, we don't ever want you playing a game like this ever again kind of a thing. But it was more of a you know it is a scary adventure. It is a scary story, and some pretty terrifying things can happen in this story. But they were very adamant about this is a make believe story. There's nothing. We understand why you're feeling terrified, but at the same time, please understand it's only a game. It's only a story. Can't hurt you. So I will say that for as much as it sounded like a bad idea for them to let me play this game, growing up, it kind of was, but it kind of wasn't at the same time. And of course, we had to stop the soundtrack here. We're gonna play a little more of the Shadowgate soundtrack, but let's be honest. Once you hit that danger theme, I mean, it sticks with you, and it's definitely one of those things that when you hear it, uh, it can absolutely be panic inducing. And so look at like it's not gonna get any better than this. I know this soundtrack, not like backwards and forwards and everything. But at the same time, I'm like, man, there are few tracks in the Shadowgate OST that are as chilling and as memorable and what have you as the danger theme in there. So I'm like, everything after this is kind of creepy, but not as creepy as the danger theme. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and switch over to our game screen. This is going to be a little bit on the odd side, only because I'll admit that for whatever reason, I just could not get this game to capture using game capture. Can use a window capture or what have you to feature this game. We had to go straight display capture. So I'm like, this is weird. Um, like when I was trying to do game capture, it was showing me only the cursor but nothing in the background. So I was like absolutely flummoxed. Like, wait, what am I doing wrong? That's only capturing the cursor, and not just the regular standard mouse cursor or what have you, but the actual in-game skeleton hand pointing its index finger as a cursor. That cursor was showing up okay on the screen. Nothing else was. So I was like, okay, we at least we got one piece that's working properly. So we're gonna go ahead and switch on over. And I will say as well, this stream is somewhat dedicated to two other streamers and two other members of the community that you may know. One is Vaturn, and I say that this is kind of partial tribute because of the horrific fact that Vat had to travel across state lines to make a delivery for his job, his work. For those of you who know Vat, you know that he's a delivery truck driver. So not very not very like super advertised that he travels throughout the country and what have you. But at the same time, I know that he's shared that he's a trucker, and um, of course with any sort of trucking job or what have you, you also have a lot of different types of journeys. And so this journey that we're going to go on is a frightful one. Hopefully, Vet, if you're out there listening to this, or if you're watching the VOD or what have you, I hope you're staying safer than this journey. The other person that we want to kind of highlight is Harlequin Jester. So if you all know Harley, Harley is a more a retro, chaotic streamer. Absolutely wonderful person, by the way. I don't want don't want y'all thinking that hey, I'm kind of dumping on this person. I'm not. I just know that when I thought of Shadowgate, I couldn't help but also think about Harley because you got the Chaos Castle, you got Harley's fun chaotic streams. Absolutely wonderful person. Absolutely would recommend checking out not only Vad's channel but also Harley's channel. And come to think of it, I mean, let's see if we can figure out how this whole pinned messaging thing works out. Let's also go over to our oh gosh, what the bloody heck? Sorry, just trying to navigate some of this stuff on the back end over here. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna go ahead. We're going to do a shout out for. Oh, jeez. I hope I got this right. We're gonna do a shout out for both. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is how we spell that's name. Yeah. Okay, and then we got. Okay, I think that this is Harley's channel. There we go. And we're also going to share a little bit of a donation link since we are heading into the holidays. I'm kind of randomly throwing this out there only because I did tell Vat that I was going to potentially do a couple of reviews of some ration packs um, that I happened to get my hands on, and we're gonna do that probably later on in the stream because I haven't had really much of anything to eat, and I'm gonna get peckish at some point or other. But I wanted to stream today, so I was looking like, do I want to eat first or and then stream? Do we want to go ahead and stream and then eat? And answer end up being we're gonna go ahead and, and stream, and then we're gonna eat later on. Because if I eat by this point, I'm pretty darn sure it's going to start to cause me to feel drowsy because it's just how my body is right now. But this is a nice little pally link that it's set 50-50 between Vat and Harley. So if by any chance you want to support the both of them with any tips or donations or what have you, feel free to go forward with it. I will say that if we do any donations for either Vat or for Harley, I will match to a certain degree. So, dollar for dollar, I will match to a certain amount. I'm not going to reveal what that amount is, but I kind of figure, I know that Harley's been going through some things as far as I think vet bills go, and for Vat, just trying to make sure he stays fed on the road. Not to say that he can't afford or what have you. It's just one of those. I know he does so much, and he does so much not only for the communities that he's a part of and as a streamer himself, but also as a trucker, the backbone of just about everything that happens as far as supply chain goes. Same thing with Harley. She does so much for so many people. I absolutely am thrilled and honored to be able to say, okay, let's see if we can give back to them. That being said, we're gonna go ahead and switch over to our game, and hopefully I got this all set up right. It was acting stable earlier, but at the same time, I never want to take things for granted because it's it's Twitch, and it's OBS, and this combination scares me at times. It genuinely does. That being said, let's go ahead and we're going to switch over to Shadowgate, the actual screen here. We're going to switch to our gameplay screen, and then we're going to go ahead and go with display capture. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. We got Shadowgate. Now, I will say that this is one of those games that I have played through in the past. But it's been such a long while, probably about 4 years roughly. So I don't remember crap for this game. So we're gonna go and we're gonna do a new game. We're gonna go with, do we want to do classic? No. Let's go with the normal playthrough experience. For players new to first-person adventures, it does not require a deep knowledge of the Shadowgate universe. I am 1000% gonna go with this because let's be honest. One, I don't remember much of anything about the Shadowgate universe. I know that there's, we've played Shadowgate 64, which takes place, of course, after the original Shadowgate does. Like, it's got to have been 50 to 100 years after the first game. And I partially remember what happened with that game. But if I'm not mistaken, Shadowgate 2014 here is more of like a retelling of the first game. It's just a little bit more modernized and filled in with some better graphics. So that being said, everything that happened prior to this game or concurrently with this game, I don't really remember it, and I don't know that we dived into it very deep with Shadowgate 64 because the lore in that game didn't really go that far back. I think it didn't go super in depth. I think it tried to cover everything going on between what happened in the first game all the way up to what led to the events of Shadowgate 64. So that being said, I'm going to stop being a scaredy cat We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna dive into this. Kind of funny that I'm feeling scared over this after we just played like Silent Hill 2.
Hero's journey, a great quest. Certainly it shall be these things. But for you, young Jer Cuthega, soldier of Windermere, could it not be so much more? In dreams, I have come to you, beseeching, entreating. Ride south, boy. Take naught but a dirk, a torch, courage. Ride
dirk,
south from
a torch,
Riverlin,
and
around
courage.
the southern arm.
That's a heck of an
through
arsenal.
Fair wood, past Myrithsath, beyond the citadel of Murlak Tor, and the spires of Gimdane, and the darkness of Tarketh's Pass. There you shall find my stone in wait. Under the shade of the mountain range, none have entered, either on foot, on mount, on wing. Gatekeeper, the oldest of spires, it harbors that which has been spoken of in whispers and ascribed to legend. Shadowgate, the living castle.
Okay. Looks menacing.
But all is not as it should be. One of our own is now our great bane. A blight upon us. He has brought the ancient keep low, and it now lies fallow. It is there that you will find me, Blackmere of the Circle of 12. It is there that you will find this great quest. It is there that you will find yourself.
Wait. Blackmere, you gotta explain this logic to me. You done, told this person here. You done told our player character to set forth on this great journey with nothing but a freaking dirk, torch, and courage. Y'all heard how much young Jer had to go through just to get to this freaking castle. You know, going through this great marsh and beyond this keep and through this dangerous, perilous pathway. And he tells Jer to bring with him a freaking dirk, a torch, and courage? Bro needed more than that, Blackmere. You're lucky that that Jer didn't die on the way to Shadowgate, especially if you needed him for your grand plans. That was just reckless. Okay, welcome to the tutorial. Gameplay tips will appear at appropriate times to teach you the mechanics of the game. You can turn these tips on or off or change the command system at any time in the settings tab of the options menu. Click the X button to close a gameplay tip. Cool. Command system. Click on any object in the game and command icons will appear in a circle around that object. That's pretty nifty, I like that. Click on a command icon to use that command on the selected object. For example, to take the skull on the ground, first click on the skull and then on the take icon, which looks like a hand. Very intuitive, I like this. Let's see here, that you will find yourself. With Blackmere's words echoing about your head, you stumble a bit until the world ceases. It's lurching. You stand before the Gatekeeper Mountain, an ornate door framed by a series of skulls is fashioned into the rock wall. I very distinctly remember the first freaking panel or the first screen in the original NES Shadowgate. It was something similar to this. Literally, you couldn't open up the door. You couldn't navigate away from the first screen. You were kind of stuck looking at the store. But there's a little skull above it. Just one. Turns out you can open up the skull, and there's a key. I don't think that that's going to be the case here. So let's have a look here. Every time you look at the skull, you hear a distant high-pitched scream within your mind. Bro, you are not James Sunderland. You are not James. Gonna be okay, dude. Gonna be okay. Circular indent in the archway suggests that something belongs in this slot, so I'm gonna guess. Thick green roots twist through the dense foliage. I legit thought that that was like a helmet or something. Okay, so let's see here. Should we speak to the skull, use the skull, look at the skull? No, we're just gonna take the skull. You nearly drop the skull when it begins to speak. About time, boy. You have no idea how long I've been here. You can call me Yorick. I have no recollection of how I got here, but I do know plenty about this castle. You need help on this quest of yours. Just speak to me and I'll give you a hint. We're gonna try not to go with hints, because I don't want a freaking Yorick over here backseat in this adventure. We are gonna take the key though. Objects, example, given a key that you take are stored in your inventory. You got a nice little satchel to take with you. That's great. We can go ahead and use the satchel to access our inventory. Okay, respectable. Use command to use one object on another. First, select the object they would like to use, and then the wrench icon. Then click what you would like to use that object on. For example, to use the key to unlock the door, first select the key, and then the use icon, and then click on the door. Okay, that makes sense. So we are going to open up the satchel. Oh, dang, son. Objects in the inventory are sorted into 4 different sections. Yeah, that's kind of what I was like. This is a lot more extensive than I remember. Spells are in the spells section. Objects that can be equipped are in the outfit section. Books and scrolls are in archive, and everything else is in items. You know, that does make sense. But also, what do we got here? This is our freaking Dirk? Really? The rusted and pitted Dirk. Bro. Jer, what are you doing with your life? Not only do you fall for this entire thing that Lockmere is telling us to do, go on this journey, but then we're going to go with a rusted and pitted Dirk? Like, couldn't go with something a little bit more deadly or fresher than this? Bro. It looks as if it's seen better days. Dude, Jer has seen better days. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and use this key on this door. Turn the key, unlocking the door. After a moment, you toss the key aside. Littering? I got it, I'm sorry. You can open or close objects like unlocked doors by selecting the object and then using the open close icon. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And then we're going to go. So you could use the go command to move to a spot of interest within a room. Okay, interesting. And that's going to be the foot icon. Of course it's going to be the foot icon. If it weren't, I'd be disturbed by that, actually. Yo!
Lakmir was a fool to send a child to do that which even the vaunted Circle of 12 could not. Contain my growing power. Come if you wish. It makes little difference. Seal your fate within this living castle of the dead.
I'm gonna guess that that's the Warlock Lord. I also got like this tip box that just showed up here. It just popped up as if nothing even happened. I'm kind of digging that style. Do you see the lever on the right? Because it's a stationary and non-takeable object, the use command behaves differently. Simply select the lever and then select the use icon, the same as using thyself on an object. Interesting. Without warning, a pair of glowing eyes fill the chamber and a dark voice invades your mind. And of course, this is that nice little monologue that the Warlock Lord had given us. The apparition fades, leaving a trail of cold air behind it. Interesting. And I'm guessing that this is that little misty kind of look to it. It looks like a torch, smells like a torch, feels like a torch. Well, then it must be a torch. We're going to take the friggin' torch. Because if there's anything I remember about the original NES Shadowgate, it's take the frickin' torch. Because if your torch, the one that you took with you on your journey, if it goes out, you die. And that's not a joke either. I mean, you literally, even though there are torches along the pathway that you take through Shadowgate, you can still die if you let the torch that you have in your possession go out. And I think that from a lore perspective, it's more along the lines of there's enough sections of the castle that are darkened out that if you don't have your torch with you or a torch with you, it increases your risk of getting hurt in innumerable ways. And they do call Castle Shadowgate a living castle, even in the game Shadowgate 64, because it is more of like a malleable type of a place. It doesn't shift drastically, but it does react to whoever's there. So the way I like to think of it is those darkened out areas can either be menacing and try to swallow you up, or it'll let you pass on through with without a torch or anything to guide you on your journey. You're going to be a hell of a lot more vulnerable to this castle than if you just try to wing it with no other equipment, no torches of your own or anything like that. I like to think that the torch that you bring with you gives you a measured amount of protection against the castle itself. Now that being said, we're going to go ahead and take that advice about using this lever. With a squeal of protest, the lever begins to move. A few moments later, Stone slides away from the wall, revealing an opening that holds a key. And we're going to take the key with us. Let's look here. This circular hatch is made of a strange stone, so securely within a mortared base. Some enchantment has sealed it shut. Perhaps a magic spell would open the hatch. Perhaps so. Hope so. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and use this key. You struggle with both hands to turn the key, and the stubborn lock. A satisfying click echoes throughout the chamber as you toss the key aside. How does this guy know that he's not going to need these keys again? Lower left, next to the satchel is the map. The map keeps track of everything and every place you've been. We're not going to open that up yet. The back arrow in the lower right next to your torch is the back arrow to go to the room behind you. Understood. I do like that. I think in the NES Shadowgate, the map was kind of default already there for you to navigate. Like, you had all your different choices. Instead of having this wheel, you actually had like set choices that you could choose from. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to move into the next chamber. Door easily opens up. You can save and load at any time. Cool. Learning spells. You can learn spells from certain books and scrolls. First, open the book or scroll and then look at it to read it. Every spell does something different and will only work when cast on certain items or in certain places. You can cast a spell by selecting it from the spell tab in your inventory, clicking on a use icon, and then on an object or room. Cool. A damp, musty breeze wafts out from behind an altar set within the stone alcove. You note that the long hallway continues further into the mountain. Now, I like this place because it kind of reminds me of the first hallway in Shadowgate. Now, here's the thing. The NES version of this game is brutal. And by that I mean there are certain things that you can do within the first like 3 screens that will cause you to die. Sort of like this book that's on this little shelf here. If you were to read it, you're safe. In the original NES version of this game, if you try to take the book with you, it actually sets off a booby trap. The floor underneath you opens up and you fall to your death. Uh, it's a great way to set the tone for that puzzle game. Lockmere the Timeless. That's what I heard someone call him when he was but a lad, York says, lost in thought. Interesting. Given the skeleton a quick once over, you find no obvious cause of death. You do, however, have a bad feeling about this. Yeah, I would hope so. Open the skeleton. Ew. You pat down the corpse. Your rough handling produces a piece of parchment and a scroll, which you put in your pack. Let's have a look. Okay, we have got the archived letter, I guess. You read the hastily scrawled writing on the parchment. Since it's the only means to capture and control the elementals, you must hide the silver orb beyond the waters of the sewer. Interesting. We're going to open up the scroll and let's read it. It crackles as you unroll it. You read the message scrawled on the page. Brown, I have your dog. If you wish to see the flying ace again, bring the 3 pumpkins to the place beyond the harvest door. But be wary, for only one outfitted in a mask for the Halloween or for the Hallowed Eve can gain entrance. There you must carve my visage and illuminate the sacrifices in the field of jack-o'-lanterns. Then I'll be freed, and this will all end. Cordially, DP. Okay. Interesting. Let's open up the scroll. Let's read it. You read the message scrawled on the scroll. Fandral, this missive is of utmost importance. We must coordinate our efforts. Seek my obelisk in the Acolyte Den, below the sewers. I fear the worst is upon us. Really? They had to put the Acolyte Den below the sewers? How do you really feel about the Acolytes? I have plans in motion that may yet avert disaster. It's signed with the name Lockmere. Something shifts under your feet as you open the book. See? This is what I mean. This is what I freaking mean. You scan the ancient manuscript, noticing most of the language is unintelligible. However, one particular word stands out from the rest, Invoken. In your mind's eye, you see a glyph glowing with power, and quickly write down the strange marking. In your spellbook, you've learned a spell. Invoken, okay? I'm supposing we really have no idea what this is going to do. Translation is Invoking. Your mind glimpses some spectral person at the edge of your consciousness. Interesting. And that's kind of nice to know because I don't remember if the original Shadowgate game manual was anything helpful as far as like what the spells did. Something tells me that it had to be more like a trial and error kind of deal, just based off of how a lot of games were designed during that time. Not enough memory to really give you a ton of hints as to what you were looking at or what things would do. Just instead, it was, kind of trial and error. Find out what you could do. Okay, so I don't think there's. Oh wait, why is that whole thing glowing? Let's look at it. Strange markings and glyphs line the stone pillar that enshrouds the statue. One that depicts a hooded figure with a darkened visage. Interesting. And we do notice that there's this little weird shaped patch in the wall. So let's go ahead and see if we can hit the stone, open it up, or perhaps just open the stone. You put your shoulder against the stone and push inward. The rock fractures and crumbles inward, revealing an opening. Let's go ahead and head in there. You force yourself through the narrow opening and into the darkness beyond. If you want to see which objects in the room are interactable, use the Show Objects keybind. Ah, screw that. A figure moves within the opening at the back of the grotto. It doesn't seem to pose any risk to you. Interesting. We should probably... That looks like an arrow? Let's go ahead and take the arrow. Put the arrow in your satchel. That's cool. Let's go ahead and walk into this section back here. In certain difficulty modes, only commands put into the selected object will appear. However, commands that do not appear on the wheel can still be performed using keybinds. Yeah, no, we're not really going to do that. You stand at the edge of a lava-filled chasm. Impossible as it seems, the faint, terrified screams of some unfortunate soul echo within its depths. Oh, isn't that a little bit creepy? So I remember this. I remember this chamber, and if you try to go on the right hand side here, like you see this rickety looking bridge. The rickety bridge is held together with nothing but frayed rope, rotten wooden planks. As if in warning, a mounted skull stands guard in front of it. If you try to cross this this bridge as it is, you're too heavy for it, so you'll end up falling to your doom. So the only thing you can do is try to walk left. And you see that you're greeted by a dense fog. You notice the stone passage opens into a small chamber. The temperature plummets as a creature materializes in front of you. It flinches from the light of your torch. We're going to go ahead and take one torch here. Can I not take the other one? Oh, there we go. Okay. You drop the torch in your satchel. Now, in the original, I do remember that they had like one special torch or something of sorts. Where you use the torch. As you approach the wraith, its body turns to vapor. A heartbeat later, the thing's body reforms and the temperature drops a few more degrees. This may be more difficult than you thought. There's supposed to be like a special torch in the original that if you threw it at the wraith would disappear. We don't have that, I believe, so we're gonna walk away. Also digging the soundtrack, not gonna lie. Searching and looting and looting and searching. You can search and loot various objects in the game by selecting the object and selecting either open or use. Contents of the object will be automatically added. Okay, we can search such things as corpses, desks, bags, chests, and many more. A series of ancient doors encircle this small hallway. It looks as if a battle may have been fought here long ago. Most likely was, unfortunately. So let's go ahead and open up this bag. We got a scroll. Let's read it. While the writing is difficult to discern, you manage to glean a few key phrases. The danger is real. Alert the surrounding lands. Seal off the passages into the Gatekeeper Mountains. The wax seal shows an eagle in flight and is signed by someone named Fandral. Something very terrifying happened here. You search amongst the bones of the skeleton, but nothing interesting is apparent. Okay. So let's go ahead and open up this door here and walk on through. Within a large cavern, you find yourself on the shore of a placid underground lake. You sense something large and ominous deep below the surface of these black waters. It's hard to tell from this distance, but you think you see a skeleton chained to a rock. Perhaps you need to get a closer look. We're not going into this water. Are you freaking kidding me? Why do you think that person's there? They're dead. In the original, if you do try to approach that skeleton, you find that you're not able to outswim the shark that's inside the lake. Now, to be fair, to be absolutely fair, the first time you walk into this room in the original, you'd see the shark's fin. I mean, they don't hide that there's the monster inside the lake. A magnificent waterfall cascades from the mouth of an ancient stone statue, painstakingly carved into the cavern wall. Below it, an undulating mass of water hovers playfully above the river. So I'm guessing that this thing is probably some sort of like water elemental. There you go. Hovering before you is an entity made entirely of water and mist. The liquid elemental continuously forms and reforms in a hypnotic way. You heard of a magical orb that can capture creatures like this, which we don't have said orb. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to back out of there. And then let's see if we can open up this left-hand door. There we go. Now let's walk in there. Double tap a command keybind to lock it. Yeah, that's cool. Teeth chattering, you stand within the cold cellar, hugging yourself for warmth. The creature made of ice hovers playfully on the far side of the room. If I'm not mistaken, in the original, they don't show you that there's an ice elemental or anything like that. Instead, you walk into this room and it's supposedly like a freezer in there. Like, I think there may be an orb, or there may be like a place for an orb. I'm pretty sure that maybe it was like a place for an orb, but you couldn't see the orb directly. But it's there, and it's freezing the crap out of the room. So I think it's really nice, actually, that they let you see that there's ice element here. Let's see, long weight object is frozen inside this piece of ice. Let's see if we can use the lit torch. Melt it. There we go. Bring the lit torch close to the ice. It takes a few moments, but eventually the ice melts away, revealing a hidden scroll. Let's go ahead and open said scroll. As you scan the scroll, one particular word almost seems to jump out at you. Agap. In your mind's eye, you see a glyph glowing with power, and quickly write this down. Before the scroll crumbles in your hands, you realize you've learned a new spell. You sense a huge weight, like a stone, opening itself to some mystery beyond. Oh, I remember this! Equipping objects. Notice the shield on the ground. It's something you can equip. The smell of brimstone rises within this chamber as a pair of glowing eyes watch your every move from an opening in the far wall. When you walk in here, all you see are two red eyes in the original and a menacing song in the background. Like, this, what they're playing right now, sounds pretty intense and pretty epic. But in the original, it was more of a, oh crap, we're dealing with like a dragon here. So first thing we're going to do, equip the shield. You lash the iron shield securely to your forearm. The dragon notices you, moves his ponderous weight, and begins gathering a breath. Let's go ahead and take the hammer. You drop the hammer into your satchel, and with a roar, the ancient beast releases a scorching stream of fire at you. You raise your iron shield just in time to block the dragon's flame, dispersing it harmlessly to either side of you. How does that go? Out of the fire into the dragon's den? Yorick, really? Oh, that's mean. Denson Helm looks a bit small for you, so not something that I could really imagine us taking with us. Your ribcage looked both scorched and picked clean. Skull looks like it's seen better days. Well, I imagine as much. This pile of gold coins might have some value if they could be pried loose from the floor, that is. I mean, honestly, it's most likely melted. It's probably gonna say the same thing about all these, isn't it? You often wonder why dragons hoard gold. Looking at this pile of melted metal offers no answers. Yeah. So, I think you could choose to pick up like 2 or 3 items, but every item that you pick up is going to cause the dragon to shoot flames at you, and after like 3 tries, it'll eventually melt your shield and kill you. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to leave the room. Managed to rush from the room before the dragon could release a blast of fire. And here we just see that ice elemental. Let's see. Let's go ahead and open up the door here. Walk on in, see what we got. Ah, yeah. The stone tombs lining the walls of this musty crypt. There's an ancient, almost reverent air to this place. And really, I think that there had been a hallway with 6 caskets. And depending on which ones you chose to open up, you might have survived. Okay. Hit the torch with a mighty punch that forces it downwards, revealing a secret passage underneath. You hear a mechanism release and then a rumbling beneath you. You jump back as the tube in the center of the room slowly moves across the floor, revealing a stairway leading downwards. Let's see. I keep thinking about those flaming eyes. I mean, what exactly are we dealing with? Dealing with the Warlock Lord, dude. When you open the tomb, a horrific creature is released, letting out a piercing cry that cuts into your very being. It's a banshee. You've seen the visage of the Warlock Lord, and now you've been cursed. Both these things are time limits in the game. It's important both to cure yourself before you die and stop the Warlock Lord before he destroys the world. Some objects in the game are flammable. Just make sure that you don't burn something that might prove to be useful later on. Totally understood. It's a harbinger of death and disease. You feel a momentary, stabbing pain before the specter winks out of existence. So let's go ahead and see if we can set that on fire. Leather sack falls to the ground. Your vision clears and the episode passes. That was intense. Let's open this up. Got a thick burlap sack with a scroll and 2 gears. You take these and discard the sack. Okay, let's go ahead and open this up and read it. The handwritten scroll is faded and difficult to read, but you can make out one passage. When Majal's tail lights the northern skies and alignments are in harmony, then shall ye take the circle runes of water, fire, and the all-seeing eye, and place with them the great eagle that sits on the one tree. Okay, interesting. So let's go ahead, let's set this on fire too. Ancient recipes are so dry they almost disintegrate in the flames. As it burns, the scroll tumbles to the floor, having escaped the fire. Let's open that up and read it. Oh, gotta open it first before we can read it. Drawing of 6 rectangular shapes are drawn on the parchment. Several lines point to the shapes with the writing underneath. You read through the notations. This mirror leads through the furnace and into the castle beyond. These mirrors require power. Activate and will teleport to different to places strewn across the castle domain. Mino, welcome on in. No worries. I mean, honestly, I think I've mentioned it before. I'm very, very, very sure that there's some sort of bug going on with my notifications, and no matter how much I try to get them to reset, or you guys try to get them to reset, they won't reset. So I've kind of given up on it. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, if folks get the notifications, great. If they don't get the notifications, I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Lovely to see you though, Mino. Welcome on in. How you doing? How's your day been? Okay, the lid slides open with a grating moan. Now there is one tomb that if you open it up in the original, slime would leak out, and if you tried to walk over the slime and continue down the hallway, you would actually end up dying because it's a very potent acidic gel that as soon as you step into it, it starts to dissolve your body. And they say that it's so strong that it acts so quick. By the time you realize that your body is dissolving, I mean, it's a painless death. The ancient wrappings quickly go up in flames as the mummy burns. A mask falls to the ground. A mask. Horrible visage of this wooden mask resembles a witch from a children's tale. So I think we're gonna need this for, was it like a pumpkin patch or something of sorts that they had mentioned earlier? We gotta take this with us. Your day's been okay. How am I doing? Honestly, I'm alright. Maybe a little bit on the tired side, but overall doing well. Are we donating to Vet and Harley? Yeah. That I have that donation link up there for Vet and for Harley. It's been something I've been meaning to do for a while now, but especially going into the holiday season and just thinking about Thanksgiving and Christmas time, you know, it seemed like the right time to do the reveal. Vat, because of everything that he's done for so many communities, and because, you know, in his journeys and what have you, I know that it's not very easy to get a cheap and nutritious meal out on the road. And I know that with prices the way they are for like restaurants or what have you, you know, I just wanted to do something nice for the dude. And for Harley, you know, she does so much for so many people, and for her, you know, I had to think about this game and think about the Chaos Castle, and the fact that that Harley plays retro games and what have you. So I'm just kind of looking at, like, you know, it's kind of fitting. Of course, no pressure. No pressure whatsoever. If you're able to donate, great. If you're not able to, totally understandable. I do want to make sure that folks are well taken care of, especially going into the holidays. You know, help yourself before you help others. Because if you're not doing okay, trust me, you're not going to be able to help out anyone else either. So, you know, just saying. Okay, let's see what's behind tomb number 4. So I remember that there had been, I think, 6 in the original. The lid slides open with an eerie creak, and we see is that pumpkin? Let's take the pumpkin with us. Yeah! As you press the large orange thing, it becomes painfully clear. It's a pumpkin! Okay, so let's go ahead and use the dirk on the pumpkin. You wield the dirk with an expertise you didn't know you possessed. You lop off the top and carve a creepy face, transforming the pumpkin into a rather impressive-looking jack-o'-lantern. Nah, fam, that's all you, Mino. I'm just here, bro. You're the one who's amazing. Okay, so we do have to... Pretty sure we're gonna have to head out these stairs. Might as well go ahead and do that now. The mirror room. Okay. I remember this. Because you had a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right. You could break open one of the mirrors and it would send you out into outer space. You could break open another mirror and the shards, the glass shards, would actually come flying at you, ripping you to shreds. And the third mirror actually was hiding a passageway behind it. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take the torches. And I do believe that each of these mirrors isn't going to be helpful. See, at the bottom of the opening is a metal door, locked securely in place. That's right, we can't... I don't think we can go down this, opening. Not safely, at least. Just try and live a decent life and not make it hard on others because life is rough enough. Exactly. Man. Louder for the folks in the back because I don't think enough people quite realize that. Okay, so there has to be some sort of a mechanism around, and I have a feeling I remember where that was. That's going to be this here. Now, in order for us to open this up, we're going to probably need a spell. Let's try out the Agop spell. You focus your will on the stone hatch, whispering the words of the spell. Strange power flows out of you, enveloping the stone hatch. After a moment, the lid opens. I just got a bad feeling, as if some evil divination was wrought in the bowels of the castle. Yeah, no crap. That's the Warlock Lord, who, you know, kind of threatened you the second that you stepped into this castle. Okay, let's have a little closer look at this. Leaning close, anxious to look inside the open hatch. The mechanism within is comprised of levers, rods, and gears, which we got a couple of those gears actually. This one's stuck in place. Pull the lever down. Yeah, that one really is like fully stuck. Okay. Piece of the mechanism appears to be missing. Yes, indeed. Pretty sure 2 pieces are missing. At first you hear the hiss of steam coming from deep within the bowels of the castle, but then nothing. That didn't sound right. You might want to try again. Okay. Yeah, sure. Once we place the other gear. Okay, so I guess maybe not. You hear the sound of rushing water deep within the castle. Yeah, but we gotta figure out a way to get past that one wraith. Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Might have done something wrong with that, figure moves within the opening at the back of the grotto. You hear the unmistakable twang of a longbow, followed by the whistle of an arrow. With a shout, you raise the shield in the nick of time. Arrow shatters against your armament. Oh, that peachy little... Let's go across the chasm here. Let's use the torch on the wraith. With a cry, you swing the torch at the wraith. The ethereal being is instantly enveloped in a bright flash of flame. Its tortured moan hanging in the air as it vanishes. It was afraid of our flame before. I hadn't quite noticed that. We got another pumpkin. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, what is this here? A rune is firmly attached to a wall, glowing with power. Truly, this must belong to one of the wizards. Or the circle. Most likely. Door opens with a creak of protest. The sewer, maybe a reservoir system for the castle. Mold, mildew, moss bespeckle the stones within this chamber. Okay, let's open this up here and read the scroll. We got Entrailles. I'm not sure what this spell does, but let's find out. A metallic screech echoing in the recesses of your mind. Okay. Not sure what that means. This reminds you of the Elven Funhouse at King Otto's Fair. You remember taking your sister, hoping to lose her in the reflective maze. It's okay, Jared. It's okay. Okay, let's see. The spell backfires in your face and pretty much wrecks your bowels. That's so messed up. That's so messed up. Okay, let's try using Invoke It on this. You concentrate, drawing power from the air itself. After a moment, you release a spell. You get annoying headache, but nothing else. Okay, let's try the gap spell. Nothing happens with this one. Okay, so that'll be a different spell for us to use. Let's see. Let's walk on in here. Using the spell there didn't do anything. Nothing. What else do we have in our inventory here? got another gear. Let's try to use that on this. On the rune. Okay, yeah, no, never mind, never mind. That's just me being stupid. Some tiny screaming sounds from beyond the grate on the left. Shake the iron grate on the right side. It appears to be a little loose. Okay. Can we use a hammer on it? But you tug on iron bars, the grate resists at first and opens up. Ew, so this is the sewer. Bro. Really? The sewer beneath the, This has to be the Acolyte's den. Beneath the sewers. Peering into the darkness, you drop down and muck and crawl through the tight opening. Stone den is damp and smells of copse and green foliage, as if a mirage. On the far side of the cave shivers and power emanates from the standing stone obelisk. Now, this is where we probably want to use an Invokin on this. Your spell is unleashed. Is that Lochamir? Strange apparition coalesces from within the obelisk. A ghostly figure of an old man cloaked in a shimmering veil.
You have done well, simple soldier. Now, listen if you have ears, since the shadows grow long and time fleet. Some 40 years past, an evil, the likes the world has not beheld, escaped its prison. Talimar, the Black, he of whom I have already spoken. This warlock lord brought forth his dark magics and conjurations, and unleashed his foul vassals, desecrating these sacred halls. Talimar has laid waste to the combined power of man. And what of the Circle of 12? The great wizards? They are no more. I am the last. Pity me not, boy. We were resolute in our judgment, but erred greatly. 'Twould have been better to put our brother to death, but mercy and folly prevailed. I know not Talimar's full plans, but have discovered enough to fill my heart with fear. And yet, hope remains, and it stands or falters with you. Fare thee well.
Lochamir the Timeless vanishes, leaving behind a scroll, a glowing orb, and the words, "Fare thee well." Bro, seriously? You couldn't help us out a little bit more? Gonna guess that silver orb is what's gonna let us capture the elementals. Let's open up the scroll and read it. You read the words on the scroll aloud. 5 to find, 3 are 1. 1 gives access to the bladed sun. The silver orb to banish below. The staff of Aegis to vanquish the foe. Joining to the golden thorn, the last to invoke the platinum horn. Okay. Kind of beautiful. But we do know that it's also a puzzle. Let's see here. We walk through here. Let's go. Right. Let's go in here and see if we can use the silver orb on this Ice Elemental. Taking the silver orb for your satchel, you advance upon the Ice Elemental. You can barely hold on as power from within the orb latches onto Singularity and pulls it inside. Frosty pattern immediately encases the orb. There we go. So, await. Wow, okay. I'm gonna take that torch. You light the torch, swap it out for the one in your hand, dropping the previous lit one behind you. See, I thought that we were allowed to carry 2 torches. But then again, I mean, that is a mechanic from the original. That you could have 2 torches burning at the same time. If one of them goes out, you're still in good shape. If both of them go out, you're dead. So, oop, no, did not mean to close that. I meant to walk through it. So what we're going to do is we are going to take this here and place it into the lake. As you release the Ice Elemental, you fumble with the silver orb, dropping it into the lake. Immediately, the still water freezes to a solid sheet of ice. So that will let us actually walk over to the skeleton. You make your way across slippery ice towards the chained skeleton. Yo, look at that dude. Not just chained, but also blindfolded and screaming in absolute agony. Like, chained, as far as their arms go, and then, like, 3 chains across their freaking torso. That's over freaking kill. Okay, so we've got a key. And we take the blindfold. It's a good question. We're not sure who this was or why they ended up getting taken out quite like this. What we need, though, is we're going to need that orb back. So let's see if we can melt the ice around the orb. The heat from the lit torch melts the ice around the silver orb, freeing it, and it rises to the surface. So we're going to take that back. Now, let's walk on up here. And let's see if we can use this. There we go. So power from within the artifact immediately pulls the entity inside. Beads of water form on the surface of the orb. And we notice the same glyph as before. So, let's see what's behind here. Small cave makes a great hideaway, concealed as it is by the waterfall, but it's only a temporary hideaway for you. Here we only find a scroll. With this person. So let's go ahead and open up the scroll and read it. You read the hastily scrawled words on the scroll. Brother, if you're reading this, then I am no more. I fear we have underestimated his ambition and the depths he would travel in the dark arts. Protect the seals at all cost. You must not get them. Power up the ways and follow the mirrored path to the lone keep. Add your strength to Unthal's. If nothing else, perhaps our Weathermaster can blunt the evil one's advance. Especially with your support. Fare thee well, Bedril the High. What was he high on? That's it, sorry. Okay, we're gonna take both these stones. Let's see about this rune. Glows with power. Firmly attached to the wall. Yes, indeed. Okay, so let's have a look here. Use these spells on these runes, but I don't think it's really going to do much of anything. Dwarven Craftsman stamp. Now that actually does remind me of the stamp that we had seen in the hallway. Now we have ourselves a key, but nowhere that we can really use it. If we go in here, we have the 4 tombs, and we've got the powered mirrors below, but no way to use those mirrors. So we can only take one elemental at a time. We go ahead and take this this torch. We go in here. We're gonna go back to the dragon's lair, and I don't see that really helping us out in the least bit. Thank you. It's 15 subs. No, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for the subs. I really appreciate that. You are a crazy son of a gun. I just want to let you know that. And I very much appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much for gifting to Disciple, to Lizzie Metal Gaming, to Dender, Commodore, Meat Shield Man, Gamer Guy, Gray, to Vestria, Ageless RPG, to Abby, to Caravan, to Rox Rick Joey, to Mega Mid Boss, to Elevate, and to Scott. I greatly appreciate you. I greatly appreciate you, Mino. Thank you so much for everything. Okay, let's see. Now, we've already used this before. I got a feeling that it's going to do more than just shut off that water to that cave. And nothing. Okay, so what if we do this? Your internet's buffering. I'm so sorry. Man, I hate that. Okay, the rushing water. I'm pretty sure we just end up reactivating that waterfall. No? It's gonna look so sus. Okay, we can't disturb the remains any further. You think you might have all the level 4 emotes? I would hope so, Mino. And also, you are absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for your support. I always appreciate that. Please know that I greatly appreciate you, and there's never any pressure. So you know, don't feel that you have to. I just speechless, man. That's rare. Okay, so let's pull this lever all the way down. See what happens. Not a thing. Let's try out this combo. And that was a no-go. How about if I pull this all three down, because that last lever can't be moved. Nope. Okay. So let's see here. Can I, by any chance... Well, let me have a look at this key. Okay. Yes and no. What about the gears? Refresh to see if your internet settles down. I hope so. Man, I hate it when internet acts up like that. That always sucks, man. Would you miss just me being kind of frantic about like what I need to do next? Because on the one hand, I kind of feel like I should have to place another gear inside this this contraption, but it seems like it's already all set. You also missed me kind of freaking out over over the fact that you've been so generous and just saying, please, you know, make sure you're also taking good care of yourself, okay? Okay, so we got through the water rushing yet again. I don't know what that's supposed to do. Yeah, I think we got everything we're supposed to have out here. Let's see. In this great hall, there had used to. Oh my gosh, there had used to be. In this great hall, in the original, there was a closet that you could access. Should you get to 100 on channel? No, absolutely not. I appreciate that thought very much, but Mino, no, you shouldn't. Screech and a huge weight. You just got paid the first part of your 13th salary. Nice. I didn't think that it would work for me to hit the metal bowl. Okay, so we could take the oh, okay, we can take the hook. But do we have rope? You're crazy, Mino. Just want to let you know that. Bridge sways increase alarmingly. You halted mid-stride. Step back off the bridge. It definitely doesn't seem safe. Perhaps there's a entity that can help you become lighter than air. Maybe. Frazzled and surprised. I mean, that's me on a normal basis. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, wait. We already have the water entity with us. I don't think that is really going to do anything. Worth a shot, though. You have the doctor's paper saying so. Man, I feel that. I think I tried all three of these incantations. Yeah, didn't do anything either. So, the only other thing I can think of is if these are actually powered. It's possible. All I gotta do is just use a spell. Okay, nothing happens with Entrea's, Agap, and I don't think Invoking would actually do anything to help. Yeah. So... no, it's a figure that's carved on the lid. Okay. I was gonna say, okay, it seems like we should be able to walk through some of these. I think there might be a hidden passage. I don't see one. A death blow from an axe with a deep gouge on the back of the head. Okay. I feel it's disrespectful that we're taking this person's skull with us, but at the same time, you know, video game logic. Take everything with you. You gotta find a way to power up the mirrors. Haven't found that yet, though. That dude doesn't have anything else. Wait, what? A passage catches your eye, reads, "Only death to those who disturb the sacred altar." rushing water deep within the castle, and I'm very sure that we just shut off the waterfall. So if we go back, let's have a look here. Okay. So we walk into this area, and I swear, if you try to use the spells, I'm very sure it's not going to do anything to either of these. Yeah, that's not doing anything. So invoking won't let us actually talk with the spirits of these dead soldiers, I'm guessing. I'm hesitant to use a hint from York. We go below, and we're here inside this room. As you begin speaking to York, he interrupts. You better be sure you want my advice before you speak to me again, because I'll be giving hints next. Yeah, I'll take a hint, York. Wizards used to say mirrors were portals to other places. They were probably talking about magic, but sometimes it was literally true. Knowing them to hide doorways behind mirrors like this. Okay, so I feel dumb. So I am supposed to hit these. Yeah. Perhaps this mirror is enchanted. Heh. Okay, what else you got for me? Sometimes it was literally true. No one would hide doorways behind mirrors like this. Oh, I had to hit it like twice. Okay, never mind. You rear back and strike the mirror with a hammer. Glass falls away from the frame, revealing a door behind it. And probably need the key that we had on that one corpse. Let's go ahead and do that. A wave of heat washes over you as you move into the next room. Intense heat, surely from the unearthly fire before you, fills this large room. That's okay. Let's go ahead and use the water elemental, see if we can put out the fire. Water elemental immediately launches itself into the fire pit. The flames lower to a tolerable level. Okay, let's walk through to the other side. Veins of light colored rock are pressed into darker granite of the cave walls. Oh, okay, so this is where we need the other gear. I also like how the game tells you you can hit York's skull to make him shut up. I'm like, yo, that's just rude. You let out a sigh of relief as the gear slips into place with a click. bar in our satchel here. We might have a spell for this. You know, Entreas as in entrance. You let out a long breath, gather your will, and chant the spell. Debris falls from the rocks above as the Iron Grate responds, lifting with a shudder and squeal, opening the way forward. Oh, dude, what happened to you? How did you die like this? Dude died reaching for that rune, or at least appearing to reach for the rune. You read the elegant writing in the scroll. Brother Delden, please see to it that the circle chamber is prepared for the ritual. The circle days was in need of some repair the last time we performed the initiate spell on it. We have a young candidate ready for initiation. Once the rite is performed on the platform, please bestow on him all authority and privilege commensurate with an acolyte of the order. It's signed with an archaic letter, L. As in Lockmere? This vast chamber is dominated by an intricately carved circle wreathed by 12 stone thrones. First, let's open up this scroll. While much of the scroll is faded, one part still stands out, and in the end, the evil shall be thrice defeated and thrice returned. The first shall raise a warder to bar the gates from opening. The second shall raise one of the carefree to travel the path of luck. The last shall raise a raven to remake what was undone. The letter is signed Gabriel and includes a glyph which shows 4 vertical lines of varying heights. Interesting. And someone tells me we probably could use Invoke in here because of this here stone behind it. The image of Lockmere materializes from within the obelisk.
Listen carefully to my words, boy. There were many who followed the path of the One. Worthy were they, and I counted them as brothers and sisters. Now only I remain, he who is called Timeless. I have fought the good fight, sending many of Talimar's horde back to the depths that spawned them. And though my power is beyond that of mortal man, it is not without limit. But why do I appear before you thus? Am I a ghost?
Are you?
No. Surely I am more than that. This is naught but a projection. As my living being has sought shelter within my tower, it is here I continue my studies to aid you in what ways I can. I grow weary, but know this. I have glimpsed a vast power at the foundation of this castle. This power the Warlock Lord covets above all else.
Dude, Lockmere,
And
how
he
long have you
fears
been
as
here?
well. A hero from the line of the ancients. Or so says Gabriel the Bard. Gird yourself against what is to come, simple soldier.
Wait, what does he mean by simple?
Forsake me not.
What does he mean?
Follow the ways of the circle. Stray not from its path.
So interesting that Lockmere the Timeless is living in this castle. Interesting that he's by himself and apparently, I'm supposing, locked away. And interesting that he's using these obelisks to kind of project his presence and his consciousness. Like, if he's trying to fight the Warlock Lord all by his lonesome, it's impressive. Like, wait a minute, how powerful are these dudes? And if these guys are so powerful, why the heck do we have Jer trying to get involved in all this? Dude seems like he's way out of his element. Straighten off from its path. Well, there's literally one path that we can take. There's a door up at the end of the chamber. Not unlike the image of your dreams, entrance to the inner keep of Castle Shadowgate stands before you, set with a heavy wooden drawbridge. And we can take this rope. Stench of decay rising from this old stone wall is nauseating. Bro, someone end up passing out there? Cause, yo, that sucks. Imagine that your final resting place is, of all places, a well. So let's use the hook with the rope. Yeah, there we go. We got a grappling hook, and let's try to get into one of these here. Displaying an expertise you did not know you possess, you swing the grappling hook about your head a few times, let it fly. Hook catches in the window slit at the castle wall. Let's climb on up. You jump down into the muddy moat before using the hanging rope to pull yourself up and into the window above. This room is dry as a bone and apparently houses the mechanism that raises and lowers the drawbridge. A hum of power travels along the machinery. You pull the lever to the right. With a rumble, the chains move and gears start to turn. You hear the unmistakable sound of a drawbridge being lowered outside. Something big just moved. I hope that's a good thing. As you attempt to lift the cauldron, you feel an uncomfortable pull in your side. Yeah, because that thing looks freaking heavy AF. Okay, let's open the scroll though and read its contents. You read the words on the scroll, noting it's a letter addressed to the wizard Greylord. My friend, I will remain secure in my domain here in the Gatekeeper Mountains, guarding the northern passage. Look for my signal pyre if more come from the north. I regret that I must bring my most formidable pet with me, since only I can control it. The name Unthalm is signed in a flourish at the bottom of the page. Interesting. Okay, so if we head back out, we should hopefully be able to just use the bridge to move forward. Okay, we successfully rappelled down the side of this castle. Why we couldn't just walk out of a door up there, who knows. Taking a deep breath, you saunter across the drawbridge into the inner castle. As you enter, a goblin jumps out from the shadows, surprising you with a war cry. While you backpedal, the beast tightens its grip on its weapon. Anticipating your move, the goblin springs forward and brings down its wickedly pointed cudgel. The weapon penetrates deep into your brain, puts an end to your brief, yet adventure-filled life. Okay, so the simple soldier.
What a pity that you have failed in your grand quest.
The simple soldier was simply killed. Okay, let's resume. With more speed than you thought possible, the goblin anticipates your move, brings down its cudgel, and kills you yet again. Okay, now, if I remember correctly...
What a pity that you have failed.
In the original, you have to walk across this bridge, and when you do, well, first you're stopped by some sort of like an ogre or something of sorts that's large enough to be able to pick up the bridge and kill you by pretty much, throwing you off the bridge. But if you get past that enemy, you walk into the court, and you're supposed to use a stone with a sling to distract this, not distract, but knock out this enemy, this goblin, and then you're supposed to kill them afterwards. Oof.
What a pity.
What a pity. Like, dang. At least we don't hear this like super creepy music after you get taken out. Knock him out and let's be on our way. Oof.
You
Okay. Yeah, the goblin is a lot quicker than we are. Let's knock him out and let's be on our way. But what could I possibly use to just straight knock this guy out? Really? Wait. So the goblin anticipates us, taking a hammer to it, or a spear to it, or even our dirk. But all we gotta do is freaking haymaker it? Are you kidding me? A look of surprise flits across the goblin's face as you throw a haymaker in its jaw. With a sickening crack, the goblin goes down like a sack of potatoes. You shake your hand and mutter in satisfaction, "Didn't see that one coming, did you?" Bro, I didn't see that coming. Also, it's only knocked out. You deliver the coup de grace to the unconscious goblin, ending its life. And I like how they had the voice actor chuckle. Like that's so rude. Ooh, library. Contains thousands of ancient tomes, books, and manuscripts. The coating of dust covers everything. Got red candle, a white candle. Let's see if we can take both of these. This book is sound nothing. And everything is blank inside this book. This one. Although you struggle with the poor penmanship, you read on, I'm honored to have been selected by Fandral to document the workings of the Circle. The newest initiate is a young man with an inquisitive nature. He's taken the name of Lockmere and intends to study the origins of time, although his mastery has yet to be chosen. The High One mentioned that Lockmere is not from his line, thus cannot be groomed to become head of the Circle. Rather, the new initiate was chosen from an unorthodox scrying performed by Ptolemy. I do not trust that one. He has an ambition and a hunger that does not sit well with the member. A scrying. Wait, so Talamir, the Black Talamir the Dark, or the Warlock Lord, was the one who ended up pulling in Lockmere? Ironic then that Lockmere's fighting against Talamar. Interesting. Oh, did not mean to do that. Did not mean to take the book. Anything going on out there that requires wisecracking skull? Because I know one. Nice, York. Nice. Okay. Interesting. Anything inside it? Okay. Bottle filled with liquid, that's, purplish. Okay. You step closer to the books lining these shelves. A series of shelves are cluttered with books varying, of varying shapes, sizes, colors. Even knowledge in this place must be truly staggering. Someone tells me, though, that there's a book missing. We got a place. So, let's use this. With an audible click, the book slides into the slot like it was made to be there. The book comes out a few inches before suddenly stopping with a click. A low rumble follows, and the bookcase to the right shakes a bit, revealing a hidden passageway. Take a step through there. If you were to hazard a guess, you believe this hidden room must have been Wizard's private study. Several fire pits are set within the floor. Indeed. Let's see. Oh, I see a pumpkin. Okay, I wasn't sure that it was a good idea for Jer to try to climb up this this chain. Good on him, though. Brass globe. I suppose that we're gonna need to open up that that globe. I like how we try to reach in for the flames, and immediately voice actor's like hot, hot, hot. Flames immediately leap into the air in a most supernatural way when we roll the log into the pit. With a crackle and pop, the fire elemental appears in the room, playfully floating about the enchanted fire. Interesting. I didn't think that we would need to capture such a thing. But okay, let's do that. Okay, so now we have the fire elemental. That's cool and all. Let's open up this door. Walk on through. Open up the scroll. And read it too. You read the hastily written note. Fangel, I've discovered a great weakness in our defenses. Since we all have the mark, it is simply a matter of separating our heads from our shoulders so that our remains can be used in the hidden approach. And the wards will be engaged, allowing those with knowledge to travel the castle unopposed. One merely has to be within our walls for this to work. Oh gosh, that sounds so horrible. Okay, 2 towers. Let's go through this first tower on the right hand side then. Okay, oh, torches. Let's take the torches. Aha, there we go. I was gonna say, can we not walk up these stairs? What gives? Okay, and this door is locked from the other side. Muffled sound of laughter is heard from the room beyond. Let's see if we can talk with them. Tricks or treats, you say in your loudest voice. You hear a faint voice behind the door say in exasperation, at least you could try to dress up. Let's go ahead and equip the costume mask. The thing smells terrible, makes it difficult to see. I can imagine as much.
Tricks or treats.
Tricks or treats. I think your costume is missing a little something on the top.
Tricks or treats.
Okay. Okay, that's a fiery silver orb. Too bad that we can't equip the pumpkins as well. That would actually be kind of funny. I will be right back, folks. Just have to get myself water. Okay, and we are back. We have water, so we can stay hydrated because hydration is good. Sometimes, most of the times, in general. I'm just saying. Okay, so we've taken the mask off. I have a feeling that we need one more piece of that costume before we can access that room. We're gonna go ahead and take another torch. When we find Lockmere, be sure to introduce me as Sir York III, guardian of chosen ones everywhere. I like York. He's funny. Okay, let's walk in here. Dang! Okay, that's a heck of a telescope, bro. Okay, we got a star charts. And we got a book with an interesting entry. Well, let's read that entry. You read the handwritten entry on the page. I've noticed several observations over the past fortnight. The stars have moved. An unheard of alignment. The unnamed hero, the hourglass depicting endless time. The broken sword of betrayal. The hooded figure of Thanos, the life stealer. All these constellations are out of season and position. Here they are chasing across the night skies. Unbelievable. This can only portend a time of terrible danger and upheaval. Entry signed by astronomer Laurel. Let's have a look. Stepping close, you look through the telescope, and I don't really know. Magi and fortune tellers call this twinkling star the Watcher, the all-seeing eye. This bright northern star represents Eridalos, the mythical eagle that brings the morning sun each and every day. You seem to remember that this particular star is named after Aquadrix, the mythical god of water, the ancient Taian race. This star is usually one of the first ones you see on the horizon in winter months. It's called Thaumaturge, or more commonly known as the One Tree. This far distant sun is called Furios, honors the fallen one from the skies that came to carve out the plains of fire in the southern lands. Pretty cool, pretty interesting. Didn't really want to do that though. Not quite like that. Okay. Open the drawers of the desk and find an old book which you take and you put in your satchel. Okay. Now let's have a look then. Let's open up the book and read it. You begin reading near the top of the page. There I found the source of the strange and terrible visions. It called itself Behemoth. A being beyond understanding, and described its mission as warder whose purpose is to guard. When I queried it, the being opened my mind to the terrors of fear, death, and disease, and strife, and other beings I could not name. These entities were real and ancient and desired nothing more than to subjugate the races. Interesting. So let's see, what else do we have here? Locked door with an iron worm tree. Okay. Let's walk the middle path here. And we see that this hallway is completely collapsed in on itself. Castle's fortifications sit like an impenetrable wall against the relentless onslaught of the raging storm. You kneel and bow your head, paying your respects to this iconic image of the being, Reliant. You nearly slip on the damp, well-worn stones. situated on the edge of a deep chasm, the castle defenses end in a fortified watchtower. The dead person sitting on up here looking like things went down really horribly. And we also have another obelisk here, so let's go ahead and use that, invoke it, to see if we can get Lockmere to show himself.
In arrogance and pride, we thought we could prevent Talimar from turning to darkness. We have surely paid for these sins. But this matters not, simple soldier. What is done is done. Time is fleet, so bend an ear to my voice. Hope lies within your breast. I say it again. Talimar the Black fears it. Even as he searches for a way to rip it from you. Even as he binds the dwarves to his madness, driving them deeper into the catacombs. And he will not stop until he rips every stone from the castle's foundation. For Talimar believes that a great beast slumbers far below. Mayhap this is true, for I have uncovered much, yet know so little. Of this, however, I am certain. The Warlock Lord knows not of your heritage. This is our great advantage, our great hope. Seek the terrible skull door of Tor Drakan. What lies beyond its threshold is unknown, even to me. A great behemoth, an ancient evil, a source of power. Be wary, boy. Heed my words. Do what I cannot. Go where I cannot. Learn the secrets of what Talimar seeks. Trust in what you find.
If this is similar to the original Shadowgate, like the NES version, which was a port of an earlier PC version, then we know that the Warlock Lord is looking for the behemoth that sleeps beneath the castle Shadowgate. That behemoth was actually something that that we read about a little while ago there, when we had taken a book and read an entry that was written there from the astronomer's office. So the initial book that we had read was an astronomer being very concerned about 4 or 5 different constellations showing up out of season and in a combination that was kind of a harbinger for some really bad stuff to go down, which ended up being the case. On the right hand side of that same office was a desk. You open it up, get a book from it, you read the book, and it says something about this being of epic power and what have you. That's the behemoth. So that's what we know Talimar's looking for. The one thing that's starting to kind of come together that I didn't realize before is that Lockmere isn't a predecessor the way I thought that he was. As far as, Lockmere joins the Circle, and then Talimar joins the Circle at 12, and what have you. It's the other way around. I didn't really realize that. So I'm starting to kind of venture a guess here that if Lockmere's still alive, Lockmere the Timeless is still alive and is using these different obelisks to project his consciousness, that he's using up pretty much all of his power, it seems like, just trying to keep the Warlock Lord's power in check. Whether that's true, we'll find out. The ghostly figure Lockmere forms from within the obelisk, the words "trust in what you find" bounce around your head as Lockmere fades away to nothing. I'm going to take this. It's a bow. Okay, I like it. Probably could have used that earlier. Kill the freaking goblin. Different ways instead of just like doing a little punch there. You rummage through the corpse's tattered clothing, but fail to discover anything useful. Let's see here. Well, we got a key. I'm not sure what this goes to. It's a lightweight metal, one you've never encountered before. We got 2 scrolls. We're going to open up the first one and read that. You're drawn to one particular passage. Follow the path that the ancients have hidden. To find the way beyond the wall of wisdom, one must follow the path that Ulaula has trod, for that leads to the secret they have studied. Okay, I'm not sure that I understand. Okay, we have Morris. A glyph glowing with power. Okay. What does this one do for us? See a dazzling flash of light. Okay. Let's open up this door. Door's locked. Inscribed with the lion breathing fire. Okay. Jam the key in the keyhole, hoping it'll turn the lock, and it doesn't, so... Okay, we've got a different door then. That this is going to unlock. You insert the key in the lock and turn. Success, the door is now unlocked. Having served its purpose, you throw away the key. So now we have access to this second tower. Let's check and see. Rock font filled with stagnant, it's called water. Ew. Some malevolent force is sucking all light from this room. You sense the very darkness itself is alive. Oh, that's too bad, because we got a spell called Flu Morris. Hopefully it's gonna do something. Last year's spell goes unnoticed. Dang, okay. Interesting statue here. Marble statue carved with the form of a female warrior with a spear. Sits on this landing. Perhaps it's fashioned in the image of a goddess. Perhaps. You never know. When you enter the strong room, the woman lounging in front of you begins to speak. Do not know what he sees in you. I am not impressed, she shrugs before continuing. Forgive me and allow me to introduce myself. I am Malor Kahu, Chief Lieutenant of the Drakahan.
You wonder what would bring me to this wretched keep? Surely nothing less than the summoning of a great lord.
The Warlock Lord?
Nearly a score of years removed, Talamar the Black beckoned me, and I answered him gladly. The forces of Drakahan were mine to command. We fell upon these wizards like rabid wolves. Their powers, their elemental pets, they were nothing to one such as he. Now all have fallen or fled, all but one, for he is timeless. The coward has barricaded himself within his tower, an ancient artifact within his grasp. But we will have him still. Or if my goblins do not pull him from his hole, when my lord returns, the wizard's head shall lie at his feet.
Wait, she said about a score removed, so about 20 years. They've been trying to get to Lockmere. That's a long time, and to have such faith like that, it's interesting. Unlike my underlings, I will not underestimate you. She finishes with a low snarl, her body growing, transforming. She's a changeling, a deadly race able to take the form of a monstrous creature. Her transformation complete, the beast appears to smile, taunting you with a flip of her claws. Yeah, let's go ahead and use this bow and arrow in this son of a gun. You quickly lift the bow and arrow, and you fire. Silver arrow flies true, burying itself deep into the heart of the wolf woman. Beast falls to the ground within moments, dies with a look of utter surprise on her face. So, I will admit that this is kind of cheating, because I actually do remember this from the original Shadowgate. So, what I mean by that is, there comes a point in the game where you're exploring the different chambers of the castle, and you climb the tower. You get to the 3rd level, and you find that there's a woman chained up to the stone walls of the tower chamber, and you see that there's a narrow window, sort of like what you see here on the right hand side. Like, you see that the moonlight is pouring in, and the game gives you that hint that there's moonlight pouring through the window. Now, next to the woman is a key. If you try to go for the key, it's revealed that the woman's actually a werewolf. But it's already strongly hinted at, because there's no one else alive that you run into in the actual castle itself. On the way into the castle, you run into a giant or a troll. It's a troll. So you run into this troll, but the troll is large enough that he can actually pick up this this bridge that you would need to cross in order to get into Shadowgate, into the inner keep. They pick up the bridge, and you can fall to your death that way, or they can pick up the bridge as you're walking across it and kill you that way. But that troll is large enough to not be able to fit inside the castle Shadowgate. So once you clear that bridge, you walk into a courtyard, and there's like either a cyclops or a goblin or what have you, that is a lot like the goblin that you run into here. If you try to fight one-on-one against it, it's got better combat skills and is able to kill Jer before you can kill it. So you end up having, I think, to throw a stone using a sling to knock out the goblin. And you can either do two things. You could try to bypass the goblin, but if you do that, anytime you step back into the courtyard, the goblin's up and ready to kill you again. Or you can kill the goblin while it's knocked out, and you never have to deal with it again. But that being said, the reason why I bring that up is because even with the goblins around, they don't have access to that tower where you find the woman. At least I don't remember that they actually have access to it. I think that they were trying to get into the castle so they could explore and pillage and what have you, but they weren't successful in doing so. It's an expeditionary team, I think, of goblins that were trying to unlock the secrets of the castle. But that being said, no troll helping out the lady to live. no goblins to help the lady live. Something's not right about that picture. So they very heavily hint that, take a silver arrow, whether you have a bow or not, I can't remember. You take the silver arrow, kill the woman with it, and you get to reveal that she's actually not a woman; she's a werewolf. So I like that they actually included this lady in here, and they gave her a little bit more of a backstory and some lore as to what she's doing here, and kind of why this castle is as empty as it is. In the original, it makes you kind of wonder whether the place had just died out, or if something really nefarious actually happened. And this retelling of the game does a great job, outstanding job of filling in some of that lore. Ageless, welcome on in. And yes, thank you so much for thanking Mino for his generosity. Mino is absolutely freaking bonkers. Not much, things are things. How about you, Ageless? How was Thanksgiving, and how's your weekend going? I am, of course, gushing over this this game because it's so well done. Shadowgate, I think, is a very interesting franchise, but I especially love this 2014 retelling of the original story, just because it adds a lot more lore that you wouldn't be able to see otherwise. One other thing that actually kind of came to mind is that you have the original PC/NES Shadowgate, you got Beyond Shadowgate, and then you got Shadowgate 64, and then you get this retelling. I don't know that I've ever really played Beyond Shadowgate. One of these days I should look it up and see if I can. But between that and Shadowgate 64, there's so much to the Castle Shadowgate itself that it would be amazing if they could bring back another entry in the series or in the franchise. There's so much you can do with Shadowgate. Pretty good. It's been a great week. Thanksgiving was kind of came and went for me. In all honesty, I wasn't feeling well that day. So, in some respects, I'm glad that it was very uneventful. But in other respects, I'm kind of regretting the fact that I wasn't feeling well enough to do much of anything that day. I am glad though that that your week has been really, really good. Yeah, it definitely wasn't something that I was expecting for it to turn out like that, but at the same time, I was just like, well, I wasn't feeling great in the days leading up to Thanksgiving either. So in some respects, I shouldn't have been that thrown off, but at the same time, I was looking at like, well, it's one of the few days that I get off no matter what. And I say that because there's only 2 days that my company isn't open. It's Thanksgiving Day itself and Christmas Day itself. Every other day of the year, if it falls on a holiday, we just have shortened hours. We don't actually close down the entire way through. So I was just kind of looking at like, bro, the one day that I'm guaranteed to have off. I looked at my body. I was like, you betrayed me, bro. Betrayed me. You read the entry on the last page. Summer Moon, year 1157. The wizard remains within his tower, holed up like some cornered animal. I've lost scores of my best troops trying to gain entrance, and for what? For nothing. I do not agree on wasting such resources, but the master has commanded that our endeavor look legitimate. Intrigue means nothing to me, as I would rather use my arts to eliminate those nettlesome roots. However, my orders are clear. The charade must continue. So they've lost literally hundreds of people trying to break into Lockmir's tower. I wonder how he's been able to defend himself. You watched a video of all the deaths in this version. You'll love them. Yeah. You know, it's funny you mention that because when my younger brother was going through high school, one of his teachers, I think it was like a comp sci type course that he was able to take, like an elective, and they actually featured this game. They had the students play Shadowgate because you know, they had them kind of go through the whole trial and error piece of you know, of the original game. I was like, man, that had to have sucked because some of the deaths were absolutely random, and yeah, it was really cool because I think that it's also a really great example of how to kind of trial and error things and how to try to logic things out with different not just different stories but different decision making branches and what have you. So a lot more limited and a lot more cut and dry than other things that would be out there. But I also kind of laughed because my younger brother was like, yeah, if the teacher had mentioned that if you can get every single death out of the original, then you'd get some serious extra points towards your final grade, like enough to give you a boost up to the next level. I was like, bro, I was like, do you realize like how many different ways you could die in the original? Of course, my younger brother ended up unlocking it. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, everything from doing some of the dumbest things you could try to do, like say you try to swim across the lake at the beginning after you see the shark's fin go by you, and getting chomped to bits. Everything from that to you open up a door, you try to walk across the slime only to find out it's acid and it dissolves Lord Jer like no other, to something so convoluted and ridiculous as extinguish the flames in the hallway leading to the bridge. You know, you put out the flames using the ice orb, and you take your torch and you fling it into the oil and reignite the place. It kills you if you do that. So I just kind of was like, yo, that's super convoluted. Like, how, like, who would have thought to do that? You break the mirror and are immediately sucked into space. Yes, thank you for freaking understanding. That stuff like messed me up when I was a kid, man. Like I played the original Shadowgate, like the NES version, when I was like 8 or 10 years old, and when I came across the three mirrors and I hit one of them and I got you're immediately sucked into space. I was just like, what the like what, how? Like, I know that this is you know, one of those fantasy style games and everything, but that's so random. You love that death so much. Yeah. It definitely was kind of cool because I mean they did show you a little bit of a graphic right before you get to the death takes you screen. You get a little bit of that little sneak peek and see like a nebula back there. You see like a few stars and everything. So it's actually got some little snippet of space and not just like this this dark void that you go into. Let's see, there was that. There was also the you hit the mirror and you get cut to shreds by the shards that come flying out. I was like, bro. Also, the dragon, 3 strikes and you're out. Yes. Yeah. See, thank you for understanding, because I couldn't remember if it was like 2 or 3 items that you could take, but that was so bloody intense. Like, even the music, you knew that you were screwed. You walk in there, you go grab one item, you see that huge flash of fire hitting you know, the whole screen, and then you're reading after every single burst of fire. You're reading this and it's saying how much you're not sure that you could take another attack, and then boom, after like those three strikes, on the 4th one, the shield melts in your arms, and then you get enveloped in fire. I was like, bro, this is so brutal. Blueprint shows an elevation of castle towers. Even though you can't understand the writing, you recognize the drawings represent the living castle Shadowgate. We're gonna take that, even though it's probably not gonna help us with anything. I don't think that the... You pat down the wolf hoping to find hidden pockets. Wait a minute. Why would the thing have any pockets? Bro, nobody knows, okay? This game, I'm telling you, man, at times it makes you just be like, bro, why? Okay, we've got more keys. Yeah, I am totally fanboying over some of the things in this game right now, so I make no apologies. Make sure you check every nook and cranny of the game. Yeah, no joke. It would also just absolutely level me how you're finding like 2 or 3 bottles of like random liquid in the game, and you have to figure out by trial and error which one's going to make you light enough to be able to cross the rope bridge. Like there's no hints, there's no nothing that tells you, not even like documentation that kind of hints towards which one of those potions will actually help you. It was so brutal, so brutal. You insert the key, turn it, and are rewarded with the satisfying sound of the door unlocking. With a pleased grunt, you throw away the key. And this is the one thing that actually kind of gets me with this game also, is the fact that Lord Jared takes the time to pick up all these keys, uses it like once, and then throws the key away. I'm like, bro, Jared, how do you know that you don't have to use that key someplace else in this castle? Yeah, I should check that. Idiot. Also, the game. Yes, bro. Yes, absolutely. It's almost like when you get frustrated enough, you're like, can I use like the sword or the hammer on Lord Jared? And the game lets you do that. I was like, bro. And I think they do insult you like that. They're like, oh, why? Like, why did you do this to Jared? What did Jared do to you? I think like you can even hit yourself with your bare fist like once, and Jared's just like, ouch. And then you hit yourself like a second time, and then the game's like, hey punk, you killed Lord Jared. Why you do this? Why did you let me? It's because Lord Jared was done with this BS. Let's be realistic. There's no lock in which to try the key. Okay, let's keep walking up. Also, in some respects, I have to say that the music in this game, as wonderful as it is, doesn't meet up with the original. Like, there are definitely some parts of the original where I was just looking at like, oh, this this soundtrack just like changed up on me. Why does it sound so terrifying? And you know, it wouldn't be anything really menacing. It would legit just be the fact that you're walking down like a hallway. Okay, so you trip over the roots as you head up the stairs. Massive, twisted roots engulf the tower landing. Thick roots originate from the doorway to your left. And based off of the conversation we just had, this has to be Lockamir's quarters. Also, I'm wondering exactly how the heck those different troops end up getting killed. Okay. Oh, that's right. There had to have been like a door, I think, at the very top of this tower. Yeah, there we are. Sometimes keeping track of like which locked door is where pisses me off. I really don't want to have to use that map if I don't have to. From this vantage, you have a panoramic view of the Gatekeeper Mountains. A large wind creature soars to and fro on the wind currents, even as the storm rages in the sky. Yeah, I remember this scene from Secret of Mana. I remember how much Flamey tried to kill us. There sure is a lot of stone in this castle. Gee, you think? No, Jer. Pull the silver orb from your satchel, pointed towards the darkness, and release the fire elemental. Singularity. Wait. I totally messed up that reading. The singularity pieces the blackness with bursts of flame chasing the dark energy from the room. The chipped and faded image on the wall is dominated by a heroic figure in the foreground, blowing a horn in the midst of a huge battle. Okay, another rune. You attempt to dig into the crack to grab what's concealed there. However, the crack needs to be broken open wider first. You land a punch on the rock wall, but the wall refuses to break any further with your feeble blow. The game legit just told us, get strong, son. You swing the hammer at the crack and land a solid blow, loosening the stone and revealing concealed metallic object. Do you live, bro? You know, it's funny you mention that too, because Lockmere keeps calling Jer simple soldier. I'm looking like, bro, why you gotta do him like that? Like, not even like strong soldier, or you know, something a little more positive than just simple soldier. I'm like, what you mean by simple, bro? That reminds me of freaking Tropic Thunder with Simple Jack. I'm like, wow. Simple? Who you calling simple, bro? And then, of course, you know, you had to fight with the Goblin, which didn't make any sense whatsoever to me. Swing a hammer at it, it'll kill you. Swing the dirk at it, it'll kill you. Swing the or try to throw the arrow, it'll kill you. But if you just, you know, haymaker this dude, like throw one single punch and you knock out the goblin, I was like, bro, what? What? I'm like, Jer, bro, what you mean you're not nimble? You pull the lustrous metallic artifact from the damaged wall. Power flows from the instrument and courses through your fingertips and up your arms. Apparently not Fist of Steel though, because he just punched that wall and the game laughed. You know, beyond a doubt that this can only be the Platinum Horn, the legendary relic of summoning. Got Fists of Steel. That's some straight up Duke Nukem kind of stuff. Hashtag if you know, you know. Got Balls of Steel. Speaking of Balls of Steel, this stream semi-brought to you by Ball Deodorant. Just because it's wintertime doesn't mean you don't need a little bit of powder to keep the odor from going from sweet to sour. Ball Deodorant. Brought to you by Amazon, one-day delivery. The Platinum Horn failed to do anything instructed to this guy. Bro, really? Really? Let's go, Pigman. Duke Nukem, probably. That sounds like something Duke Nukem would say, actually. %, yes. Abso-frickin-lutely. Okay, so we got bread, really? This loaf of bread looks more than a bit stale. Yeah, but is it edible? This cut of meat, while raw, looks to be slightly rotten. They call that slight aged. Okay, so I think that we've actually got the right potion to be able to go across the rope bridge. So we're gonna try that out. You upend the bottle and gulp down the viscous liquid. Your body is immediately racked by a series of violent tremors, but after a moment, the episode passes. When your head clears, you realize that you are feeling much better, as if a dark pall has left your body. You toss aside the bottle once you realize you've been cured. Okay, so we got cured by the that potion. We're no longer cursed, which is great, except we still got to figure out where else we can explore and get stuffs. Okay, York, what you got for me, bro? Yes, we kind of understand that we need to have Jer lose some pounds, bro. Legend has it, traders winged beast flies skies, both castle guarding an artifact of great power. Okay, so we were in the right area. There might be something in his tower room. Yeah, but we can't get into Lockmir's chamber just yet, bro. I do agree that that Lockmir probably does have something. Would not be surprised. Okay. York just went straight up Captain Obvi. That's awesome. Okay, let's see here. So this is the library. We walked in here already. I'm thinking. Yeah, we can capture the fire elemental, but do we really need it? Because if I'm mistaken, there's something inside that bronze globe that we're supposed to be able to get. I just don't know how to get the globe to open. Okay. Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. The trader's winged beast is out there, really? Like, this is what we're gonna go with? Okay, fine. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, I still remember there was that one chamber as well. That if you, I think it had the ice orb in it, but if you tried to go through the trapdoor, like you see a ladder and everything, and the ladder's a trap. Like if you try to climb down it, apparently it's been sabotaged so that it can't hold your weight. So you fall from the ladder after it breaks, and then you break both your legs. And so, with both legs broken, you ain't going anywhere fast. So, Jer ends up dying in the NES version. I was like, dude, really? Really? And there's no sign, no hint that there's something amiss. You just end up getting yourself killed. Like, that's awesome. That's bloody freaking awesome. You attempt to use a stake on the sky. The large wyvern shoots across the sky, nearly clipping the edge of the tower with a powerful stroke of its wings. Yeah, some of the deaths are brutal. Yes, they are. Like, I still remember to this day going into the laboratory, I think, in the Inner Keep, and if you'll hear the barks and kind of skittering of what sound like caged dogs, and if you accidentally open up the freaking cages, they rip you to shreds. I was like, bro, don't want to use the bread on this guy, dude. Talamar's winged beast flies the skies, guarding an artifact of great power. He must have some way of summoning the creature to him. A spell, maybe. That is actually a good point. Yeah, someone tells me that that's not really going to do anything there. Let's see here. Already read those. I'm starting to get a little worried about that flame too. There we go. I really doubt that this is going to do much of anything. So the question ends up becoming where we can get the spell from. York. What you got for me, dude? Okay, nothing there. Oh, nope. Didn't mean to do that. I thought that door didn't open before. Huh. Interesting. You pictured a spell glyph in your mind and whisper the word Plumoris. A flash bathes the room in brilliant white before a strange, wavering effect illuminates phantom objects. There must be a magical illusion at work here. Oh, there is. There most definitely is. Really? Screw it, we'll just take the paper then. I just really wanted to open up the scroll, dude. I didn't need to do anything fancier than that. Okay, let's have a look here. Let's open this, and then let's read it. You get the spell Sparks. Of all things that could have been that this could have been named, they go with Sparks. A dizzying array of colors confounds your senses. Oh, that's funny. Wait. If this works, we got a really bad joke then. Like, not bad joke as in, you know, not safe for work joke. Light shoots from your fingertips, followed by an explosion of multicolored sparks, almost like fireworks. The blast expands into two malevolent, electrically charged oblong shapes. The creature responds with a roar of greeting. Oh my god, it's so bad. So wait a minute, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that this menacing dude named Talamar the Black, the Warlock Lord himself, chose to use a spell called Sparks to summon this wyvern? Does that mean that this wyvern's name is Sparky? Because if so, really? This menacing sorcerer, Talamar the Black, the Warlock Lord, the one who defeated the 12, has a pet named Sparky. I can't. I can't. Here, boy. Here's Sparky. Thank you for understanding, Ageless. Thank you for understanding. The creature responds with a roar of greeting, flying towards the tower parapet. As it nears, you realize the beast is a wyvern, a winged dragon replete with riding saddle. You gape in amazement as the creature fans its wings, hovering just over the edge of the tower. It glares at you, letting out a cry of challenge. I mean, at this point, then, screw it. Let's try to feed it. You throw the food at the wyvern. The beast immediately begins to gobble it up, oblivious to everything else, and letting us take this your talisman. Okay, York, hit me. Inquisitor's greatest luck is sure to have items of power. I don't doubt that. Wizards would not have been, placed so many powerful runes throughout the castle if they did not have some great purpose. Perhaps you should take them for yourself. But I can't. With thoughts of creating musical medallions of some kind, you attempt to bring the two relics together. After a fitful moment, you stop. Always is wonderful to see you, Ageless. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope that you have yourself a beautiful day. And thank you so much for the well wishes. It's always a fun adventure with this game. Even if it can be annoying at times, it's still a fun adventure. Yes, indeed. I'll see you around. Okay, let's see here. Something in his tower room. We can get there. Interesting. I really thought that these were all locked up. I don't know what it was that I missed. This room is alive with the sound of music. Got the flute. Got a lute. We literally looted this place. Hey, we got the hat. Okay, so I think we could actually wear the costume and everything, so we can get into the pumpkin patch. Really, one of my blades would actually cut through this, considering that they spent close to 20 years trying to get into this area. Wow, Yak of the Greenery revealed a door underneath. Overgrown roots and vines seem to want to immediately grow back. Small chamber has literally been engulfed by roots and vines of all types that stem from a single point in the ceiling. I wonder what it is up there and resolve to do something about it. Stand up on your toes to get a closer look at the center of the roots. A mesmerizing mass of roots and vines emanate from the center of the ceiling. At the heart of the tank fusion, golden artifact glows. Pull the golden thorn from amongst the tangled roots. The artifact resists at first, but then seems to accept your touch, easily dislodging from the vines that enshroud it. But here's the thing: without this golden thorn, does Lockmere have defenses? Or is he kind of not planning on living through this? A barrier of energy flashes around Lockmere, preventing you from disturbing his otherworldly state. Time for us to talk, Lockmere. You drop to your knees and crawl through the grasping roots to a nook beyond. Amidst the tangle of roots and vines lies a small nook housing a desk and various scholarly paraphernalia. Paraphernalia. Sorry. I swear, sometimes I'm mature. Sometimes. Okay, let's open up the book. No? Okay. You open the book to a well-read passage. Let's read it. You read an annotated passage. The dawning of the age shall portend a change to the powers of the earth and of the air. The rain shall end for all that walk the ways. Foremost amongst this is the behemoth, he who is set above all others. It is he that holds the key and wields the powers of the stars. He stands against all, and all stand against him. Great and terrible is this might, and is exactly the beast that Talamar is probably looking for. Okay, let's open this up to a dog-eared page and then see what they got. The neat handwritten entry fills the page from edge to edge. My efforts have been rewarded as I have found the one. It is left to me to set him on his path. This I know. The magic I must attempt is formidable, and I have little acquaintance with astral conjurations. Though taxing, I need remain in this stasis until the task is exhausted. My defenses will have to hold. The thorn has proven to be a valuable artifact and has thwarted Kaiu's attempts to reach me. Chair creaks alarmingly under your weight. You quickly get back up. Now they just calling us fat, bro. That's not cool. Alright, let's see what other items we have. We have got... Okay, you've got another key. Let's open up the scroll. You read the handwritten note. Timeless one, I've done what you've asked. My travels have taken me to the north, where I found a woman from the family Ornzel. Great-grandmother can be traced back to the meeting you speculated. Secret relation with the High One some 300 years past. This woman has taken the name Kuthagar. a strong coincidence, or have we found the one you seek? Letter is signed with a mark in the shape of the letter W. Okay, so that's why they had to pick Lord Jer, because Jer Cuthgar is, I guess, part of the lineage of ancients, and might be the only one able to stop stop Talamar the Black. So let's go ahead and open up the other. Oh, no. It's loosely rolled up. I'm like, yeah. Pretty sure we aren't going to be able to read this scroll as is. You read the words and you get another spell, a sensor. Let's have a look at that, actually. Some sort of rite of passage. Okay, so that might be for the Circle of 12 chamber. You thumb along the page and begin reading. About halfway down. We struck our bargain. I would conceal the Well of Holding by constructing a huge edifice over it, imbued with magics and living defenses beyond fathom. Built at the junction of all ley lines, origin, a place with power beyond measure, so the warder could perform his task. Still do not know who this old being was or how it came by its purpose. What entity put it on this path? And what purpose do I fulfill in this drama? It's interesting. It's a good question. See what Yorick has to say. Unless that spell, Censure, allows us to use the runes. Let's find out. Nope. Okay. I don't imagine that we can use not sure that we can use either the lute or the flute to get this out. I doubt very much that it's going to have any effect, but why not give it a try? Okay, so we have another key, and I have a feeling that that's going to lead to the door on the right here, or it's going to be for the door on the right, I should say. Okay, so let's see here. I do have to like the fact, though, that they don't let you just walk forward and have that ceiling kill you, because that actually is something from the original game. If you make the mistake of trying to go in a direction that the developers didn't intend for you to go, literally, there's nothing to warn you that that the passageway that you're walking down is unstable. So if you try to hang a left instead of going straight forward during a pathing chamber, then the ceiling automatically collapses on Jer and kills him. So it's essentially a, hey, we know that you want to explore this castle, but we're not gonna let you do it. I'm like, man, how Jer makes it through the entire game, like as part of the lore, has got me really curious. Like, how would he know to not go down that hallway, and instead keep moving forward towards the Warlock Lord? Dang, this ornate chamber is dominated by a beautiful mosaic design on the wall. A large hole has been blasted in the floor, leading down into darkness. And so this must be where the dwarves are trying to. Nothing. Just look at that, dude. This must be where the dwarves are trying to get towards the foundation. Glance over the page and read from an entry. The dwarves are proving difficult. I have pushed them day and night, excavating as my lord commands, but I fear that they may all perish before we reach our goal. I commanded Chief Gorka to bring goblins, so I may resort to using those brutes for this work. This once regal statue stands broken, badly damaged from some long past upheaval. The mummified figure is dressed in regal garb with the design of a lion on it. You have little doubt that this is the legendary doomed King Dugan from the ancient courts of Stormhaven. You haul off and strike the statue, cracking the stone with a satisfying smack. How though? Dude, how are you reaching over there? You strike the statue hard with a single roundhouse blow. Teeters and falls, followed by the sounds of several heavy wooden ceiling beams falling from the ceiling. You'll be wanting to keep quiet. Dugan here was a real terror in real life. I'm sure death has just made him angrier. He looks like a blowhard. With a deep breath, you scrabble down the beam and into the shaft below. Okay, I'm glad that I asked York about that, because I'm looking at like, wait a minute, it doesn't seem like we're ready to go for this fight whatsoever.
Open your mind, young Jer. Fret not. It is I whose name you bear, Cuthaga the First. Behold those whom have gone before, when Gatekeeper was but a hillock, and the living castle no more than a dream. They stood where you now stand, on this holy ground.
As soon as you step onto the platform, a painful vibration runs through your body, freezing you into place. As the room comes back into focus, a sense of peace and purpose fills you with energy. You now feel empowered. You could do something that only a wizard of the circle could accomplish. Okay, so I'm supposing then that we can actually take the runes. This rune is engraved with three squiggly lines, each running parallel to the others. A faint glow runs along the surface. Remember off the top of my head exactly where all the runes are, but let's see if we can gather as many of these as possible. And I remember there's another set of runes where this dude had died. Both your hand and the rune glow with the magical light as you pull it from the wall and place it in your satchel. Whispered voices, not unlike what you heard when you were initiated on the summoning days, build your head with the triumph words. Okay, let's see here. Now we got the dragon chamber, which I don't think has a rune in it. No further way to go except for down. Here we are inside this main hall. The continental lands of Kaltolin. summon the elemental. How did we get all three of these here? Nada. Oh, but we are taking the runes. We're taking all the runes. But still not sure what all they're supposed to do for us. Okay. We're getting the same message with each of these. York is still on about the runes, so something tells me that we're missing some. Interesting. Sorry guys, I am absolutely mesmerized right about now. Because I'm looking at all these runes, I'm like, they're really cool designs and everything, I just don't know what the heck they're supposed to do. And I don't know that we actually collected all of them. We haven't, okay. So there's still more out there. I like how York's like, yeah, these are powerful, you should probably take it for yourself and everything. At the same time, though... Oh, right. This is one where we're going to want to equip the mask and the hat. The hat's a tad too big and slides down, obscuring your vision. With a grumble, you push it back up. That's funny.
Tricks or treats?
Tricks or treats. We're able to walk on in here. A strange gilded mirror resting against the far wall, humming with power. Let's see where this takes us. You're transported someplace else. A forlorn and eerie field strewn with pumpkins, as far as the eye can see, opens up before you. As you stand before this strange circle on the ground, you have the disturbing feeling someone or something is watching from the shadows. The pumpkin falls to the ground with a thump that echoes across the field. As does the second pumpkin. And the third. You lift the top of the pumpkin and light the candle inside. It blazes with an ethereal glow. And you light the second candle. And the last. As you light the last pumpkin, a cold wind begins to swirl. Within moments, a strange howling fills your ears, like that of a distant baying hound. A tremor follows, splitting a rent across the diagram, and releasing a flock of agitated crows. From within the avian storm, a malevolent being rises and towers above you, cackling in delight. Surely this is the drugged pumpkin. With a shout of, "I'm free!" the flaming monstrosity disappears in a gout of flame. As your senses slowly return, you can't help but feel a little robbed. Why, you didn't even get a present, let alone all that candy you expected. You blockhead. I love this. This is great. Here lies Drakan, protector of the Blothany gem. The chiseled words are faded beyond comprehension, but you think you see the letters R.I.P. and the name Ace Harding. Beneath this simple stone, my precious one sleeps alone. Oh, that's really morbid. You could barely make out the name Lenore chiseled in this grave. Chillingly, a raven from a nearby tree calls, "Nevermore." Abby Normal? Remember that as you pass by, as you are now, so once was I. As I am now, so you must be. Prepare for death and follow me. No runes there. And still more. Hey, this is interesting. This is not what I expected. I think we're already here. Yeah, we were, because I think that this is where the platinum horn was. see if York has something to say about being this far underneath the castle. Interesting. We had these powerful runes. Sure, I could buy that. But for what purpose? For ourselves? Sure, I'm supposing. Mino. Welcome back. How is homemade pizza? We used every spell that we have at our disposal. It was tasty, I'm glad. I like how Yorick's just like, bro, give it up. Okay, so let's see here. Wait a minute. Do they mean to tell me that I could actually take the crest that's over here? Okay, I was gonna say, I'm looking at like, dude, the heck you mean I could take this? Okay, this is a bit puzzling. No pun intended, of course. I am actually genuinely stumped. I should probably have done. Let's take a look at some of these. I had to sell the ore behind. Where's the sewer? Okay, we have that. Danger's real. Okay, that is just, I think, straight lure. Take the circle rooms of water, fire, the all-seeing eye. Protect the seals at all costs. You must not get them. Power up the ways. All the mirrored paths of the world keep. All the path the ancients have hidden. Find the way beyond the wall of wisdom. You must follow the path that Ularu has trod. Okay. We've already confirmed that Jer is of the ancients' lineage. I wonder yet about one thing. There is one area we haven't gone back to. Dense suggests something should be here. Maybe a rune? So I literally got to go on the hunt for a skull. That is so bad. go find someone's skull. That's so creepy. Okay. We've been here before. Let's see. Let's use. Do we start the silver? Oh no, we don't have the silver orb. We got it. That fire elemental instead. We gotta find, I guess, a skull from the Circle of 12. Nearest I could tell, anyway. Question is where, oh where, is this dude's skull? It's not the library. Nothing inside this area here. What do you mean, York? What do you mean there's another person who's cast out for using the dark arts? Bro. What? What? this is locked from the other side. No way to open that. Okay. Pretty sure this takes us out to the pumpkins. It does. But wait a minute. Did I even check these skulls? Interesting. York? Not, okay, so we set free this, pumpkin patch, fella. Okay. Kind of interesting. Semi-interested. Yo, what if we... Oh. We burn this thing down. Ah, nothing behind it. It's nice like a tapestry, though. We'll say that. Nothing else to take from the wyvern. So, what the bloody heck is the skull we're needing? Is it behind that locked door? You already did mention that the skull of the Circle of 12 should be helpful. Guess I'm supposing as much? I truly am mystified. Because I'm sitting here thinking to myself, there's got to be a way for us to activate the portals, like the mirrors. Sorry, y'all. I'm kind of clumsy. You're joking, right? Right, York? Like you're joking. The bloody heck did I miss in this room? There's something about where the light's hidden, those stones. We should go and get a closer look. What the fuck you mean? Seriously? You step in for a closer look at the reflection cast upon the floor by the stained glass window. Cast from the stained glass window, moonlight highlights a section of the floor. Yeah, it does? You gotta be kidding me. Grab a hold of the edge of the stone and pry it up. The bleached skull grins at you from the... Dude, considering... the rune on there, or not the rune, but the symbol on there, I'm supposing that is a wizard skull, but... What? How? What? 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 We honestly came across that by random. You know what? I know that I got questions for this game, and so many. You know what? Let's go back into that hall just to see if there's something else we're missing. York, speak with me, man. Here I was thinking, okay, like one of these dudes had to have died or something, or that the skull was gonna be up with Lockmere. I'm so confused. So why was that randomly buried in the in that like entrance hallway of all places? Like, why? Faint sounds deep within the castle walls signal something has happened. I get the distinct feeling that might have just powered up. It did. It did. You close your eyes and walk right into the mirror. The expected smack does not happen. Instead, you feel the surface of the mirror give way and experience a moment of weightlessness. When you open your eyes, you are somewhere else. The circular room appears to be used for storage. Unfortunately, it's been ransacked, perhaps by goblins. Not perhaps. It most likely has. You stick your arm in the hole, hoping to find a rodent. Unfortunately, no one's at home. Okay, interesting. We're attempting to repair the damaged barrel. Nah, fam. I don't know if I'm gonna try to repair anything in this place. Tarp is stuck on something. It's okay. We gotta burn that tarp. Oh, okay, we're back at the castle. That must have been the door that was locked from the other side. Okay, so let's go ahead and try out this doorway, see where we go. And what have we here? Some catastrophic event befell this inner keep, smashing furniture to beds and opening the walls to the elements. Shudder at the devastation. I mean, I feel that. Why the long face? You always look so dour. I mean, look at me. If there's anyone who should be gloomy, it's me. I do have to say, I very much enjoy Yorick's quips. Let's have a look, though, at what we picked up. Let's open up the scroll. Let's read that one. Okay, we got another spell. Chrysalis. I entrust this task to you, my friend. My pet air elemental can provide safe passage over treacherous terrain, has even on one occasion flown me over a rickety bridge. Be warned, it needs to be soothed and calm before you can approach it. Okay. Let's have a look at this one here. You're overloaded by a prismatic array of colors that bridge a great void. Okay. I'm gonna guess that I need to empty out this this orb so I can get the air elemental. Fiery creature is gone, leaving you freezing in your armor once again. A lone keep sits in silent vigil on the summit of the snowy peak, surrounded by the gatekeeper's mountain. Can we set this on fire? Sweet, we can. Flames lick at the wood hesitantly before quickly spreading and engulfing the entire structure. You warm your hands and then your derriere in front of the roaring flames. Try to scrape away the ice and snow that covers the obelisk. Screw that, bro. Let's melt it. Ah, can't. Okay. You hug the weathered wall, occasionally slipping as you climb the stone steps. Stand on top of the keep with a panoramic view of your surroundings. Huge column of wind spins violently, threatening to lift you off your feet. That looks like it ought to be the wind elemental, or the air elemental. Let's see if we can calm it down. Why not? Let's use the platinum horn. there's at least a little bit of hints in here. Okay. Not quite there. Majal's tail lights the northern skies, and alignments are in harmony. Take the runes of water, fire, all-seeing eye. Eagle sits on one tree. Follow the mirrored paths of the Loman Keep, add your strength to Uthalms. Our weather master can blunt the evil one's advance. Okay. Needs to be soothed and calmed. York, what are your thoughts? The wind Tim can make the sweetest music melody played on a flute. It might calm down this elemental. Okay, so oh, am I being pretty dumb about this? Do I need to use this with Jer? Yeah, I do. 1,000% skill issue. Oh man. And this is why I want to get, like, you know, it's been a few years since I played this game, like 3 years, I think, 4 years. I remember nothing about it. And this this definitely, like, this puzzle, definitely not in the original. Play a melody that's been floating around in your head for hours. Jer likes big butts that he cannot lie. Calmed by the aria, the whirlwind quickly shrinks to a much smaller size. You realize this must be an air elemental. Yes, and we're going to go ahead and freaking Pokeball this son of a gun. So that we can elevate ourselves across that freaking chasm. Poor dude, though, who got frozen to death out here. That sucks. Cheers from the rock. This claustrophobic chamber has all the earmarks of crude dwarven craftsmanship. In the center, a large stone tablet stands, 5 slots carved into its face. Okay, so here. Okay, now I know for a fact that we've got ourselves document, or rather that kind of helps us figure this one out. Wash of light fills the cave emanating from the stone wall before you. As light intensifies, feel a release of tremendous power. You open your eyes, realize nothing's happened. Something must have gone wrong. Yeah, what's gone wrong is that I didn't place anything yet. Not that one. Nah, not that one either. Let's see, where's the... Nope. The the Well of Holding. Then shall you take the circle runes water, water, fire, and the all-seeing eye. Alignments are in harmony. Take the circles of rune, or circles. Yeah. Take the circle runes of water, fire, and the all-seeing eye. Place them with the great eagle that sits on the one tree. Thanks for that, Yor. We have, we know which 5 we have, we will need, but the question is, what order? You pull down on the chain with a jerk. At once, the room fills with an ethereal light that emanates from the stone wall. A surge of energy quickly follows, and in a flash, fashions itself into an ancient thing of legend. A wooden stave, pulsing with strange power, waits before you, suspended in the air. We taking it! You grasp the legendary staff and place it into your satchel. And then we gain the out of here. The air elemental has done its job. Very nice. Let's go ahead and use this with the talisman. Bladed Sun and Ancient Stave refuse to come together. Interesting. Time to rise to challenge the descend into the depths. Okay. I'm gonna guess, because I do know at least a little bit of the lore about this this game, that we're going to have to assemble the Staff of Ages, but I didn't think that we had all the pieces. Okay, no, York is still telling us to go forward into the catacombs. And I realized just now that we totally could have taken a shortcut. Could have, but didn't. Could have, but did not. Okay, so let's head beneath. Cave wall seems to be closing in. A momentary feeling of panic grips you as you ponder Alderrock overhead. At the end of this maze of tunnels lies a great door in the shape of a skull. It's through that door that the fate of us all shall be decided. Veins of quartz and crystal run through the rock walls in this tunnel. And no further way to go forward. Okay, so... yeah, I feel bad for the dwarves who've had to carve this place out. Especially the fact that they say that they've been all dying one by one from overexertion. A chill grabs hold of you, clawing its way up your spine. You feel as if you are being watched. Probably by the frickin' Warlock Lord. Let's be honest. As you make your way across the cave, a scraping sound brings you to a standstill. Two creatures resembling gargoyles slither from small cave openings on either side of the cavern. The beasts sniff the air in anticipation of a fresh morsel. They smell you. And just like in the original, you use Flumoris to temporarily blind the gargoyles. Startles the two creatures, they quickly beat a hasty retreat back into their caves. And you move forward. Having no interest in another encounter, you hurry across the stone floor and out of a small cave. A series of hastily dug tunnels are held together with old and rotting timbers. Open up the sack, let's see what all we have. A scroll, stone tablet, 2 crystals. Interesting. Sense of wrongness overcomes you as the ground rumbles and shakes beneath your feet. You carefully read the scrawled words on this scroll. Brother Adnan, forgive us. We know not the location of the place of power you spoke of. We continue to search caverns and ancient chambers below, having uncovered several areas containing artifacts from a time long past. What these places mean, we cannot tell. It's signed with a cursive letter T. So, Talamar and Adnan? Was Adnan also cast out for trying to use the Dark Arts? Stone Temple has various glyphs carved into it. Several symbols resonate with you. A hand, followed by a pointed star, and 4 vertical lines. Okay, interesting. The red glow from this cavern gives you the feeling that you're in another world. You're wondering if you've been in this cave before, that you're perhaps going around in circles. I mean, I would hope not. Perhaps if we go right. Okay, so there's a ladder going downwards. Despite the lack of a breeze, you catch a whiff of some musky animal. You're doubly cautious as you continue your explorations. Haven't we not head over there just yet? Ooh. The intense heat of this room makes it difficult to draw a breath. What is this? You bow down and ask the dragon-like creature for its protection. Don't be doing that, boy. No telling what type of price the creature might want in return. Amen. Broken and cracked, this stone statue portrays a large dragon-like creature. Its wings spread. Strange words which read Motari Riseth are etched in the rock. You feel like you've seen it once before. Motari Riseth. Not Riseth. I can't speak today. Easily constructed beams, surely cut from the woods within Gatekeeper, hold up the rock ceiling overhead. This is interesting. This chamber is no different than all the other caves you've been in before. Except that this may have actually been constructed by the goblins now. Usually with the dwarves, you'd expect a much greater degree of craftsmanship, but they're all dead. Then these hastily put together beams and everything, it sounds like it's pretty sloppy work. Perhaps by the goblins. A noxious smell rises from the bubbling tar pit in the center of this cave, assaulting your senses. It's incredibly sticky. Let's try to walk across then. Okay, timbers, some rotten, some strong braceless shaft, holding the rock at bay. Series of haphazardly placed wooden timbers brace the ceiling of this cave. Okay, interesting. The dark cave, replete with echoing sound, seems to be closing in on you from all sides. And they're building up a heck of a great amount of tension, trying to figure out what comes next. You reach for a handhold as a noticeable vibration permeates this cavern, getting closer and closer to thy doom. No doubt the work of dwarves, this passage through the rock has been carved from solid stone. Okay, so at this point, the dwarves are still alive. Still not quite sure what's leading them as far as knowing which direction to carve into. Huh. But hastily put together. Huge chasm cuts this chamber in two. On the far side, you see a tunnel, no doubt leading deeper into the labyrinth of caves. That may be true, however. Why do I also get the feeling? Ah, you carefully sidestep the strange pattern on the ground, hoping for a closer look at the stone table. A table of sorts has been carved into the solid rock pedestal. The geometric pattern of the holes is oddly familiar, and that would be more along the lines of the mural in the King's Chamber. I just can't remember with it anything. You notice a shaft set within the sandy cave floor. A cloying sweet smell wafts up from the depths below. At the far side of the cavern, a figure adorned in robes and wielding a staff chants a spell directed at a massive rune-covered wall. The air of malevolence is almost palpable. That is definitely the Warlock Lord. We are not going to try to encounter or confront them. That's such a bad idea. Okay, Yorick, give me some of your knowledge, your wisdom. Arrange the crystals in the correct pattern. I think we've seen this pattern somewhere before. Lines of color ranging from black to red. No, didn't want to take that yet. So let's go ahead and place that right here. Nah, nothing. A low rumble shakes the ground beneath your feet, nearly toppling you. A huge chasm cuts this chamber in two. On the far side, you see a tunnel, no doubt leading deeper into the labyrinth of caves. You calculate the distance across the chasm in your head. Showing unusual restraint, you decide the leap is just too great. Okay. Arrange the crystals in the correct pattern. We've seen this pattern somewhere before. Lines of color ranging from black to red. Okay, that's a nice little subtle hint for them to tell me. Go back to the chamber. Oh, this is gonna suck. Unless... Can I use the map for this? We can't. Ba-do-ba-ba-ba. If anything, I mean, it's not really that far of a walk back over to the chamber here. Okay. Oh. All right. Yeah, that was definitely not where it should have been. Okay, so we got the 3, 6 reds. We got the 3 blue mountains right above, and let's see, got the white crystal right above the third from the right. Okay, let's try it. I gotta say that this place looks hellish, like super hellish. Like it's kind of fitting for the behemoth to be down here, and for all this to be underneath Castle Shadowgate. Of course, it does kind of beg the question of like how all of this is oriented in like Shadowgate 64. So this is supposed to be over here, and this is supposed to be over here. edge of the chasm coalesces into a beam of light that reaches out across the chasm to the other side, creating a bridge that spans the depths below that you could only whisper once you had the crystals in place. You close your eyes and raise 1 foot above the chasm before taking a leap of faith. You breathe a sigh of relief as you step out onto the light and move across the magical bridge to the other side. You cock your head, noting an almost imperceptible hum running through this chamber. The sound is just loud enough to set your teeth on edge. You're getting tired of the drab walk walls in these catacombs, but you should be grateful that these catacombs do not extend any further than they already do. You head into the left chamber and you shake your head, hoping to clear it. This maze of caves seems to never end. Truth be told, you wonder if you are lost. Your soul may be lost indeed, but never fear, for Lockmere, the wise, the timeless, is helping you on this journey. The glow from the crystals casts a sickly glow throughout the tunnel, and you find yourself in this final chamber where Lockmere, the timeless, has been hiding. Imbued with ancient symbols, a stone skull some 30 hands high has been carved from solid rock. 5 stalagmites arranged in what look like fingers appear ready to crush whoever is foolish enough to approach this spectacle. Hand followed by a pointed star of 4 vertical lines. And we have a spell that we could use on this obelisk. Invoke it. The image of Lockmere forms from the obelisk.
The time is at hand, is it not? If you are wise,
At hand.
you know the way into the chamber beyond. What is there? I cannot know, but perhaps you do. For you are beyond what you were, beyond what I dreamt of. Yes, surely more than a simple soldier.
Bro, stop calling us simple.
I pray you have come prepared, that you have listened to the words of the prophet. 5 to find, 3 are one. 1 gives access, the bladed sun. The silver orb to banish below. The staff of ages to vanquish the foe. Joining 2, the golden thorn. The last to invoke, the platinum horn. The 3 pieces of the staff must be joined to make that which was unmade. But this cannot be done without an empowerment to bind them together. An empowerment not unlike the capturing of elementals. An empowerment that requires a great sacrifice. Now, let us be done with it.
Yo, we got a Pokeball, Lockmere? Is that what he's saying? Take my incense into the orb and assemble the staff. Dang. This is messed up. As you've done previously with elementals, you hold up the orb, pulling the essence of Lockmere inside. And it's interesting because we did kind of note, like, Yorick especially noted that Lockmere seems to have been a projection in the tower. He didn't look like he was really there, but it was also a protected projection where we couldn't penetrate that shield with any sort of items. We couldn't penetrate the field using magic spells probably to be sure that we didn't interrupt Lockmere, Lockmere's projection, and to also make sure that we didn't ruin the fact that Lockmere's not really there. So interesting that Lockmere's been able to keep up that projection and to keep it defended while keeping himself, his real self, down in this catacomb. A pulsing green glow infuses the orb. Okay, so we need to combine this, I think, with the Staff of Ages. With the Throne of Power, the orb immediately melts onto the top of the stave. And then, as soon as you combine the Golden Thorn with the Silver Orb and the stave, a wave of power joyfully courses through your body. Okay, so the Golden Thorn, being the real piece that that you needed to meld with the staff and the Silver Orb. But you also need the essence of Lockmere's wisdom and time, or timelessness, and his powers as a sorcerer. This all kind of makes a little more sense. So Lockmere keeping the Silver Orb underneath the sewers, keeping the Golden Thorn in the one place that the enemy couldn't try to get it. And the actual, like the stave, the wooden staff, being pretty much protected by the fact that nobody could get across that bridge. That's pretty slick. You created the legendary Staff of Ages, and this thing looks freaking amazing. Because I think that with the Staff of Ages from like the original NES game, it was definitely outfitted differently. Like, getting it to come together was very different. Everything's in place. Now is not the time for indecision. Return to the Skull Door and finish this. Wait, we didn't actually have to leave that chamber, did we? It seems like you're meant to place something in one of those 5 stone slots. Yeah, actually, wait. We got this tablet here. A hand followed by a pointed star. And 4 vertical lines. You set the blade aside into the stone finger. It fits perfectly. Then we use the platinum horn. Okay, so someone tells me that we placed the talisman in the wrong finger. Oh, we want to take this here. blast of the platinum horn. We tried, man. We tried. Oh, do we have to use this with Jer? Probably do. You confidently place the instrument to your lips and blow. A single clear note sounds and echoes throughout the chamber. The bladed sun answers the horn's call, illuminating with a pulsing of power. Grudgingly, with a grinding of ancient stone, the mouth of the great skull slides open, revealing a doorway. The mammoth chamber shakes as you enter, nearly driving you to your knees. An awe-inspiring creature, flush with immense power, rising from a glowing pit. Veins of energy arc from the pit, disappearing through the rock walls below and into the foundations of the world beyond. Where the heck is Talimar? Because I know that that the Warlock Lord was kind of standing on that platform and everything. And, you know, he looked like he was casting a spell towards a statue piece or other in a chamber not too far away from this area.
And so, young Jer, it begins.
At last, like a fool to folly, I led you thus. You brought me to that which I could not easily bring myself. Behold, the Behemoth. He who has been here since the foundations of the world were laid. Within him is power immeasurable. Power that even the Circle could not foresee. Witness now as I take this power. Witness the rise of Talimar the Black.
Several entities coalesce through the pit to surround the behemoth. The air crackles with a gathering of energies. Okay, someone tells me we try to use the Staff of Ages on Talimar. That is not going to hold up so well. I know in the original, it definitely didn't. Like, if you try to hit Talimar, he was able to find a way to counter or to reflect your attack, because you know you're not a magician, you're not a sorcerer, you have zero talent with the any sort of magic or what have you. In some respects, the fact that you've been called a simple soldier this entire time is extremely accurate. You know, Luckmere knows that that Jer doesn't have any trainings or background in the magics. So we're going to use the Staff of Ages on the Behemoth and piss it off enough to hopefully take out Talimar. You level a blast of power at the great creature rising from the pit. As the Titan's power withers and wanes, the malevolent presence of the Warlock Lord grows, expanding exponentially within the chamber. And the Behemoth, pissed off, is going to take him
now.
as well, please.
The power is mine to command. All shall fear the Dread Lord. None shall stand in my way.
Or we just got the bad ending. Oops.
'Tis a sad thing that your adventures have ended here.
Ah, we died. Yo, okay. Nice little fake out. I can respect that actually. I can absolutely respect that. Okay, let's do this. Let's see if we can get an actual proper ending. Okay. Walk on in there. And skip this cinematic if it's possible. Yes, indeed. Okay. Now we get a choice. Do we want to hit the Behemoth or do we want to hit Talamar? Hashtag screw you, Talamar. As you ready your attack, the Warlock Lord senses your motives and levels a blast of power towards you, burning you alive from the inside out. What was once Jer crumples to the ground as Talamar the Black cackles with glee. Hashtag we died again.
It is mine now. The power is mine to command. All shall fear the
Tis a sad thing that your journey ends here.
And so,
Okay, this is gonna seem like it's cheap and out like no other. Let's see if we can ask Yorick for his opinion. You have the power, not what will you use it on. Think for yourself, what's the real evil here? What are these things? Chip with this entity defies description. As it assails the Behemoth, you sense a palpable wave of ice-cold fear radiating from it. Pulsating with power nearly 50 hands in diameter, this entity appears to be attacking the Behemoth. Interesting. Joined by the essence of Lochmere, the surge of ancient power flows from your body through the staff in a beam of kaleidoscopic energy.
No! What have you done, fool? The beast must be destroyed. You have brought desolation upon us. You have brought us to ruin.
Who's us? Talamar.
ruin? I think not. You have done well, grandson. For the Behemoth is neither good nor evil, but simply one who holds fast the fates of this world. Life, death, war, peace, sorrow, joy. These he disperses from the pit in careful measure. He has guarded these fates, and I, in turn, have guarded his power. Until now. This power I pass unto you, and bestow upon your brow a new name. Lord Jer of the Westland. Forsake it not, and wield it well. For in you, the circle shall live on.
Interesting twist, and I'm surprised I didn't remember that. I'm surprised and actually disappointed because I would have figured that. Okay, really? They go into that riff
For 40 years he
as an
has
ending
reigned.
score for this game.
Jer,
Really?
Lord of the Westland, the seed of prophecy. He who defeated Talamar the Black and kept the fates of the world secure in the behemoth's grip. Or so he thought. For from within the pit, strife had escaped. Unchecked, it moved throughout the Westland and its bordering ally, Kal Torlin. And it was there it sowed discord and discontent. And the eons-old lasting peace between the two nations? Not but a fool's dream. Within Kal Torlin's capital city of Gweninthel, the change is evident. The vast port city has slowly shuttered its doors. Its great docks no longer host to the tall sails of ships from faraway lands. Its bustling streets, once replete with merchants and wayfarers, now empty. Well, nearly so. For it is here we find a small fenling, moving in plain sight as they often do. Like Lord Jer, he goes by many names, albeit all of his own choosing. Although, if you were unfortunate enough to brush against him, you might give him another. Thief. And so, in a dark Gweninthel, the next tale begins. Not before a fabled door within the Gatekeeper Mountains, nor within the depths where prophecy was fulfilled and evil overcome, nor in a great hall where honors are given and received. Rather, it begins here in the capital city when a fenling is apprehended and delivered to the dungeons. The misunderstood pilferer, Del Cottonwood.
Sadly, Beyond Shadowgate did not, in fact, come on out the way that this game had. Would have been wonderful. To the best of my knowledge, the game ended up being stuck in essentially production nightmares. That being said, though, I mean, great game. Had a lot of fun with it. Very interesting twist at the end there, where they made the behemoth more of a neutral type of entity instead of one that was more rooted in pure evil and power and what have you. Brilliant, to be honest with you, that they had featured several different types of souls around that being, and different souls to be able to say, hey, these are attacking the behemoth. This one here is trying to manipulate it differently, or so on and so forth. I still like the fact that you can't take on Talamar the Black toe to toe because he's that much more powerful of a sorcerer than you are. But definitely an interesting playthrough and a great twist on a classic game. With that, I think we're going to go ahead and end stream. I do want to let y'all know that we are going to be back either later on tonight or tomorrow. I do want to investigate a couple of ration packs. I was going to do it a little bit here, but I'm just looking like, nah, I'm pretty much wanting to delve right into dinner, and ration pack just ain't it. Side. Thank you so much for coming on in. How you doing? And thank you so much for the continuation of the gift sub. Ike is not here, unless we consider that Ike might actually be Jer, from a long time ago, and has been living his forgetful amnesia life all the way through until this time period, and then forward into 2000s Germany. Welcome on in. How have you been, Side? How was your Thanksgiving and your Black Friday? Hopefully pretty well. Yeah, I just I've got 11 ration packs or what have you, and these are more the traditional type of ration packs that I've known for many a moon. Not because I was a government employee, if you would, if you're catching my drift, but because my pops was for 20 years and had access to these different ration packs. We also had some stashed away for emergency usage during my childhood, growing up in a hurricane prone area. So we had some courtesy of local and state government, and we also had some stashed away from my dad. Just wanted to make sure that we had emergency supplies. You play chicken with the Black Friday deals in your cart only to see them turn into Cyber Monday deals. Oh, dude. I'm hoping that that at least some of those Black Friday deals turned Cyber Monday deals are still substantial deals, and not something where you went from, okay, we were 70% off, now we're like 30% off. Because I know how much that hurts. I very much know how much that hurts. You feel they're exactly the same. Okay, that's not bad then. That's not bad. At least they didn't change up all that much. Because I've had stuff in my cart before where I'm like, okay, I'm getting a decent deal and paid a decent price for this, and then bam, like the clock rolls around at just the wrong moment. I'm like, fudge, I'm having to dole out like an extra $100 that I didn't really plan on doling out. Hashtag you win some, you lose some. But yeah, I do want to review some of those ration packs and everything. I know that sometimes being out on the road for a while, being a trucker or what have you, it can be a strain as far as eating something substantial, calorie-wise, without going overboard with either something like high sodium or high fat or high cholesterol or whatnot. And in this day and age, especially, high price, because when you're sitting down in a diner or you're eating at a restaurant or what have you, it's gonna sting the wallet quite a bit. So I was kind of looking towards like what else could you possibly have, like ration packs to help ease the strain on the wallet. And as much as I like the idea of humanitarian daily ration surplus, it's not there, man. It'll help you get your caloric intake, but it's so bland that's not even funny. So I think, if anything, this is a nice medium ground versus this, this set of humanitarian daily rations and kind of commercially made like MRE Star type ration packs. The MRE Star ration packs were decent, but way too runny way too watery. I was just kind of looking like, I don't know that I'm actually eating a ration pack. It kind of feels like I'm eating a, a stew, almost soup. Way different nowadays after they start offering deals 2 weeks in advance. I mean, that's also fair. Black Friday is definitely a huge evolution these days from where it was 5 to 10 years ago, and I kind of like that. The fact that they've stretched out um, the window for getting those deals, so it's not just like the one day, and it's not even just like the one day or Cyber Monday, but it's like a whole block of time where you can actually kind of shop around and not have to do it in a frenzy. Truckers need that nose candy, but that's pretty spinny. Get coffee and don't go over your allotted hours. Bro. Side. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you just went there, man. I could definitely agree with the coffee, but the nose candy, nah, fam. Nah, they don't need that. They don't need that. Get that coffee. Don't go over your allotted hours. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. But I think that with these ration packs, it hopefully ought to help one of our community friends and what have you be able to strike a bit of balance with some of their dietary goals and what have you. Because I know that when we had spoken in the past, they weren't exactly thrilled about the truckers' diet and everything. Like they know the type of effect it's going to have on them if they keep up with it over a longer period of time. And I can't say as I blame them. One of my coworkers now used to be a trucker for about two years or so before they end up settling down a little bit more and deciding to get more of a local job. But that person was always talking about how they were hitting up like this diner, that diner, hitting up different types of like gas station foods, plus pit stop foods and crispy crunchy chicken especially was one of their huge things. Like anytime they could find it on the road, they would go and they would get it. And even they kind of looked at me like, yeah, no. Probably a good thing that they stopped when they did, because they're in their mid-20s now, and they were just kind of looking at it like, yeah, if we kept on going with this diet, guaranteed that they'd be feeling crummy like half the time. Trucker's diet is blue collar diet. Get what you can fast, so crappy and greasy and snacky. Yeah, no, that, I mean, 1,000% true. And I get it, especially with the type of work schedule that they have you on. Take your load from point A to point B and do it in a very short amount of time. But oh yeah, by the way, adhere with these different types of regulations makes it tricky as hell. And when you're being told, drive for all these hours, don't get into an accident, and hope for the best that your rig holds out okay. I got a few folks that I know, like patients of mine, who are also a part of that pool. They come back and they see me maybe like every 3 months or so when they're back this ways. It's probably one of the things that they kind of lament the most, is the fact that you're kind of forced down that road of having that super blue collar fast food type diet. And in a lot of ways, their medications show it. I feel horrifically bad for them, because they're good folk who shouldn't have to abuse their bodies the way they do, but I also get it. I mean, it's something that that suits their needs and makes ends meet. You know, it helps pay the bills and help them hopefully at least have a little bit socked away for retirement goals. They take loads the non-sinful way usually. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that joke with a 10-foot pole side. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things where I'm just like, okay, you know, even if you can mix in like one meal, like one ration pack, every once in a while, yeah, I think that that helps out quite a bit. But yeah, we're gonna be kind of going through those, like 2 of them. And I will say, in some respects, I'm kind of excited by this because it's actually my first time seeing some of the new menu since like 2010-ish. I will say that I had heard about, but I had never actually tried out the pizza slice, comma space, pepperoni. So it ought to be interesting to give it a try. I've heard mixed things about it. Some folks, of course, are super enthused about it because it's a serious departure from the old menus. But of course, you know, it's a ration pack. It's not going to be glamorous. It's meant to be tasty enough that you know you don't hate your food, but at the same time, you know, it's pre-pack. It's not going to be anything fancy. Get the pizza and cheeseburger MREs and hit the dusty trail. Damn right. I will say though, I mean, don't knock them. I've had folks kind of look at like MREs and they're like, "Are you freaking kidding me? Like, why would you ever want to have them or what have you?" Like, cause bro, it beats the crap out of having Chef Boyardee canned pasta when you don't have power for like 2 to 3 weeks. I grew up in the Florida Keys, and you better believe with some of those storms coming on through, you might have power in some areas of the islands, but you wouldn't have it everywhere. Same thing could be said about potable water. So trying to cook a full meal or what have you can be a little bit difficult at times. And same thing with just getting the stores up and running all over again, because you know not only did you have to restore power, restore water, and what have you, but you'd have to open up the main supply routes for trucks to come on down. So it would happen, but sometimes it could take a couple of weeks to get everything back up and running the way that you're used to. So during that time, I mean, you got to eat something. You best believe that, depending on your level of preparation and stockpiling for those events, you're either eating Chef Boyardee, or you're eating some canned fruit, maybe some fresh fruit if you had ways of keeping it a little longer. MREs are basically government Factor 75. Damn right they are, and we love Factor 75. Yeah, Factor 75 always hits, like delicious. I've tried it now like twice on different occasions, and oh yeah, no, those meals are freaking solid. MREs are basically government Factor 75, and they're also designed to last several years. So, I mean, when you take a look at the civilian alternatives, they're completely different. They hit in a completely different way. But that being said, I mean, you do also have to factor in the fact that those MREs are maybe like 1,000 calorie per meal, and of course it's designed that way. It's going to be more than what the typical person needs, because you're talking about having folks march different amounts of time out in the field, either going on patrols or going on different missions or what have you. So these are designed for folks who are having to burn 3,000 calories, 4,000 calories a day anyway. So there is that. But I will say that overall, though, they're pretty well balanced, and they're pretty good. Better than Factor. I'd say longer lasting than Factor, especially if you have an actual box of Factor, because that Factor ain't gonna last long, man. I mean, I know this. That's why when I step on the scale, it cries for me a little bit. Because, I mean, you know just as well as I do, Side. You can have one Factor meal, and it's delicious. It's not super filling, but it's yummy enough that you get the temptation to go back for a second, and that is dangerous. It sucks that they took out the cigarettes from them. Yeah. Kind of funny that they did, though, because I mean, you got the old school K rations and C rations and everything, and you had you had chocolate in there, you had smokes in there, and you still have like some sort of dessert treat, but it's not the same, man. It's not the same. Plus, I mean, we all know that in Metal Gear Solid, I mean, what are you going to use the smokes for? You're going to use the smokes to detect lasers. Who doesn't want or need to detect lasers? It's just irresponsible. You know what's better than a Factor meal? I mean, depends. Because I know some folks who can cook well. I know some folks who I'm looking at like, bro, don't ever cook for me, please. Like, let me cook for you, because you suck at this. What's better than a Factor meal? 2 Factor meals. Exactly, Side. Exactly. And that's sometimes what would happen after like a particularly long stretch of work. I would not hesitate to come back home and pop 2 of those suckers in the micro and just tear into them like no other. But hey, that's me, you know. In any case, I know I'm rambling. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to say thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Mino, for being so generous and for dropping those 15 subs. Like that, you did not have to do that, bro. We'll be on again either later on tonight. If we do, it's gonna be a short, very short stream, just doing a ration pack review. More than likely, though, regardless of whether we do that short stream tomorrow, or sure, we'll be back on. What we're playing? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Part of me wants to go back and do the first half of the Eddie run from Silent Hill 2 Remake, because that VOD totally dipped out on us. Part of me wants to go skip over Resident Evil 2 Claire's run and go with Resident Evil 4, because I've been kind of wanting to play a little bit more of the survival horror stuff. Today just really felt like doing something a little more low-key, so we went with Shadowgate instead. But Gray, welcome on in, dude. You just got here and done just as we're ending. I mean, I'm sorry, Gray. I'm sorry. See you when you get bike. Oh my gosh. You know, honestly, Hyde, we do kind of have to visit Shadow Memories again, because there's like freaking 10 endings to that game or something like that. It's some ridiculous amount, and it's not exactly difficult to play through it like 3 to 4 times. in a decent amount of hours. Like, pretty sure you can probably run an 8-hour stream off of that game and hit at least 4 different endings because of how it's all set up. And honestly, I mean, it's designed that way. It's a very interesting murder mystery, if anything. Thought we were going to change to an IRL streamer riding a hog, so I got your hopes up. No, absolutely not, dude. For one, I've seen enough stuff from working hospital to be permanently convinced not to ride a hog if I can help it. Like, when I'm ready to go, like probably like 20 years down the road, yeah, you might see me riding a hog, because at that point I'm just not gonna give a crap. But with the amount of severe injuries and lifelong injuries that I've seen coming on through those ER doors, hell no, not for a while, not by a long shot. But you know, if I were riding, honestly, you know, an IRL scenic type of stream would be really fun to do. You should invest in one right now. Good enough. Great, you're not much older than me, dude. So no, I would say you got probably a good like 10 years, 15 years before you got to do this. Riding a hog, yeah. All I got to say is you can do a lot of really great tours with motorcycle, what have you. I've had folks, I've known folks who have gone from East Coast to West Coast, vice versa. Folks who've started off in like Southern California, make their way up through Canada, like British Columbia, come back down towards the center of the states, and then make their way off all the way off to Florida. So I'm just saying, man, a lot of great scenery that you could see along the way. You're looking into them, always wanted one, got one picked out. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, it's fun. Okay, let's be honest. Only 15 years. Look, great. We getting old, okay? That's all I gotta say about that. But you're not that much older than me. So when I say, hey, you know, give me like 20 years, I'm giving you 15, okay? Because you're a spring chicken. I mean, okay, I'll hand that to you. My body tells me that I am no longer a spring chicken, much as I might wish that I were. Granted, most of that's in my knees, and granted, most of that's because I grew up in the Florida Keys, and I ran a ton when I was in my high school years and my middle school years. So my knees, after all that time hitting asphalt and concrete, yeah, they suck. Didn't matter how much you know, you try to put cushioned shoes on or what have you, just no real good trails to run on or anything like that. Your body tells you you don't have any real issues other than gaining a ton of weight. I mean, I feel that too, because the more that I step on that scale, the more I gotta also worry about, like, you know, how much more exercise and exertion I'm gonna have to put in to keep that weight kind of where I want it to be. And your need for shoe inserts, yes, amen to that, man. I mean, I don't work a super labor-intensive job, but I am on my feet all day. And even I kind of look at like, dude, I need some freaking Dr. Scholl's. Like, I need some Dr. Scholl's, and I need for folks to not be complete a-holes. If I were to switch into, you know, just regular trainers or what have you. High arches suck. I imagine as much. Like, I'm one step away from having flat feet, and I know that sucks. I can't imagine, you know, having those high arches and not having like good support inserts. But yeah, it just it's been interesting at work, man. It's just been interesting at work. All I gotta say about that too. Hopefully, I'll be able to find myself a way on out until I can finalize things for being able to practice out of country. It's more like the other way around. They still put up with me because I very much am their top producer, so they could try to get rid of me and everything, and I couldn't say I entirely blame them because I've gotten very sour with them on multiple occasions, but at the same time, it's hard to find a replacement for me to be able to do the extent of stuff that I currently do, and to be able to output as much as much work as I do. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that honestly I'm looking at 5 to 10 years from now, and I just don't see it because of the dumb stuff that we we got to take care of in U.S. healthcare. Let's put it that way. I think my number one gripe with it is that even the most basic of things requires jumping through so many hoops. It's not even funny anymore. I'd rather have some semblance of practice that I was able to do when I was working for the hospitals, without necessarily having to work for the hospitals. Because I gotta admit, even that sucks. Especially considering that most hospitals are part of a regional network. So, I mean, once you sign up, you're pretty much committed to that health system, unless you're willing to move a lot. But I very much miss having a lot of the ability to coordinate and do so much more for my patients. Practicing someplace where they actually let you have that ability on a federal level. So that's all I can say about that. That's what your bro told you? Yeah. It's the landscape has changed even over the past 5 to 10 years. And it's changed in ways that we kind of saw coming. But it's gotten worse with my particular profession because of events happening over the past 4 years, 5 years, where just the amount of momentum over the whole opioid crisis has changed a lot about how we document things and the amount of scrutiny that we have to put into certain classes of prescriptions that we never had to put forward that much documentation and so on and so forth. You still had to exercise good judgment, still had to make sure that that things were balanced out, but you didn't have to document like pages of stuff. And it's gotten to the point now where even the most minor things like they were just following the guidelines for, say, controlling somebody's blood pressure, I actually have to document like a page there too, just saying that yes, we know that that these two medications in combination with each other can lower someone's blood pressure. That's actually the point, because the one therapy by itself isn't enough to get them to a more healthful blood pressure. You got to add on the second one, and yes, you know, the patient's being monitored, it's appropriate, so on and so forth. I'm like, bro, in the amount of time that it's taken me to have to document everything off the dang checklist, and it's not even clear if the checklist is accurate, because nobody really wants to make a decision on what kind of documentation we have to have. I could have helped out like 3 other people. So I'm just like, okay, you know what? I'm done with this. Like, I just don't feel that I'm doing, that I'm actually doing stuff to help out people so much more as I am to do, pretty much the theatrics. That's what all the nurses at the hospital would say too. Yeah, and it's something that we've known about for a while. We've seen it since early 2010s. When it started at the hospitals, we started seeing it with the doctors, we started seeing it with the nurses, and it's kind of lagged its way through. You've seen it with the PAs, and it's kind of trickled all the way through to pretty much every profession in healthcare now. So I get asked the same for like a physical therapist or what have you, and they would be able to say that, hey, you know, the treatment plans that we're coming up with, and we're implementing evaluations of like a session or what have you, everything is super documented to a point where I'm just like, it makes for great theatrics, but I don't know that it really helps anyone out. Like, what is the clear objective for us to do this, other than to stave off or to support different types of lawsuits that may not be warranted? So I'm just like, hey, we're more interested now in playing theatrics than we are in actually helping out people. That's not what I signed up for at all. I signed up to help people. So that's all I gotta say about that. But yeah, we'll see how things go over the next however many years or what have you. But for now, we are going to call quits for this stream. What are my thoughts on Ozempic? It's gotten super popular. Some of the nefarious going on there. I mean, yes and no. My thoughts on Ozempic are that it's not a permanent solution, man. It is one of the biggest band-aids I've seen, and it's gotten blown out of proportion because, from my understanding of the information that's out there, plus how it works, once you stop the Ozempic, if you haven't made the intended lifestyle changes or what have you, you're pretty much going to be back at square one. It's supposed to pretty much help tamp down on your hunger, so you're not eating as much and you're feeling more full with your meals earlier. You know, so when you start in on say dinner or what have you, you're gonna feel full quicker. So instead of wiping out 2 or 3 plates, you might just have the one plate that you wipe out. But once you stop the medication, all that comes back. So if you haven't made the proper lifestyle changes that you were supposed to be working on, you're gonna rebound, and that's what we've seen with some of our folks. I'm like, okay, so what's the solution? I mean, if we put people back on this stuff longer term, is it really doing anything? to help them out. Like really, really doing anything to help them out, especially at the high costs that we're seeing from the high demand, plus all the manufacturing and such that goes into it. It's not pretty, and plus it's a branded medication. It's going to be that way for about 7 to 10 years, just on patent protection alone. So I'm just like, it's a messy situation. You remember the news when it was first discovered it could be a weight loss cure a couple of years ago? Went very cosmetic and trendy fast. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing too, because that medication was very much intended for folks with severe type 2 diabetes. So I mean, we're talking about folks more at risk of losing their limbs to amputation because their blood sugars couldn't be very well controlled. And this was pretty much a way to say that, hey, we're going to try to lower their glucose intake and try to lower their A1C that way. And when it went cosmetic and trendy and what have you, it led to a lot of my people not being able to get their medication because you had some folks gaming the system and paying thousands of bucks for doses that they didn't need them. That's why you're so curious about it. Something good for your mom. Yeah. And short term, I could agree with it more short term than long term. I know that in some cases you may have to spring for it for very long periods of time. But for me, ideally speaking, I mean, you'd be taking a look at maybe like a year or two tops. Ideally. But then again, that's kind of how I feel about most medications. If you can get away without using it, it's better. That's just how it is. I mean, less side effects that you got to worry about, less costs and whatnot. There are going to be some patients who are going to have to take certain medications for the rest of their lives. I just hope that Ozempic isn't one of those that ends up on that list. Getting it to reduce risk of type 2, since apparently it's in your family. Honestly, great. And I would still consult with somebody who's able to guide you through the entire process of trying to prevent type 2. I would look more towards metformin more than anything else, because with that insulin, that increased insulin sensitivity with metformin, it's more shown to decrease your A1C by 1 to 2 percentage points. I mean, it's been around for forever and a day. It's an older medication, but it's one of the first medications that someone with pre-diabetes or with type 2 diabetes would start on, because it's really stood the test of time. Metformin messed up your mom so bad. Depends. I will say that I don't want to say it as being dismissive of your mom's experience, because it is absolutely right that every person can have different reactions to the most common medications. What I will say though is sometimes when we see the side effects from those medications, it's either an individualized basis where there's something else going on or that's specific to that person, or a way that's different with that person's metabolism and how they process that medication. So you have psoriasis, Ozempic time. Oh my gosh. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if I ever hear that that kind of phrasing side, because I've seen some very interesting, very interesting. My patient has X, Y, and Z. We're gonna try Ozempic. Like, dude, no. I'm like, if your patient is pushing you on this, I can understand why we're feeling so much heat. But we've also got to be realistic about why we're using some of these things. It's like saying I'm going to try out this blood pressure medicine to try to treat something else completely different, and there's no overlap in data that says that it's actually going to work. You have fatness. They want you to use it. It's so expensive too. Man, I feel that, I have cringed at some of the pricing that I've seen here stateside, and I have definitely balked at the idea that some folks really are willing to pay thousands of bucks for these for some of these meds. Once switched her, or once they switched her off, she got better. Like every possible side effect listed, she got. Dang, yo, your mom has some seriously bad luck. Yeah, fatness too, so we killing birds with one stone. Oh, that is freaking hilarious. Because I also will say that it's true. There are definitely times when I've personally tried to see if we can switch over from a combination of like 3 medications or 4 medications to like 1 or 2, because we'd be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We'd be addressing 2 or 3 different issues with just 1 or 2 medications instead of like 4 or 5 of them. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I just kind of look at it like, hey, if we can slim this down, hell of a lot easier. You have a problem with meds to lose weight, you use before lost like 40 pounds in 6 weeks, hit the target, so doc took it off, and you gained 60 because it was the meds, not you. Yeah, and honestly, that's kind of one of those things I look at. I'm like, okay, what are the meds doing for us at that point? Is there something that we can do with lifestyle change in the interim that'll help us keep the weight off or what have you? 8K, yeah, screw that. You'll get biking again. Exactly. Exactly. I've seen some pretty horrific prices, and I'm just like, I can't believe that someone's gonna spring for this, because it's every month. You drop weight with exercise and changing your diet, and we've dropped weight by simply dropping fast food and eating out. Yeah, I mean, honestly, guys, that is before you even start the medication list. Start with this medication and start adding on this and add on this. Diet and exercise is before that. It's way before that. You were fine when you biked, went through issue last year, mostly polished off a whole large pizza every week or 2. Damn. As well as other fast food. I feel that great. Like, I feel seen by that statement. Because I've been there. Still far from your target weight. You can keep this weight at worse. Lost pant sizes and shirt size. Don't know what or when to buy clothes. Stopped taking the med. You ballooned up to 302, down to 260 without it. I like that. I like the fact that you've been able to hit 260 without those meds, because in a lot of ways, I mean, they are stopgaps. I've had folks who I've seen in hospital who have had such severe damage from high blood sugar that it was affecting their vision, it was affecting their healing, and when we check their A1C, over 10. So I'm looking at like, crap. Usually when your A1C balloons to that degree, we don't even start you on just like metformin. At that point we hit you with insulin, because it's affecting your organs, man. So we're looking at like, okay, let's start you on insulin. And I'd actually have these same folks be like, oh, well now that means I can eat more carbs, or I can eat more of my desserts guilt free. I'm like, no, that's not what this means at all, man. The idea is for you to get your blood sugar down to this level, this target level, and keep you there so that your A1C comes down. I'm looking at, like, if you want to have some sweets here and there, look, man, I ain't gonna tell you otherwise. Like, live your life, but please don't cut your life short, because you know we're going on the smorgasbord as well. You're thinking of sitting around 300, you hate it. Dang, I mean, honestly, great. Wait, how tall are you, Gray? Because I kind of feel that your normal would be like, you know, 200 to 250. 6'2". Okay, gotcha. I can't math right now. I'm not even gonna try to sugarcoat it. So I'll look at, like, yeah. But you know, I can't imagine you being like under like a 220 healthful. You know what I'm saying? But again, that's just me spitballing. It's supposed to be like 180 to 220. But that's fair. And really, I mean, it's one of those things that it's kind of tougher for us, being with our age range and what have you. I mean, that metabolism, when it started slowing down around 30, dude, I didn't realize how much of an uphill fight that was added on. It's still possible to overcome. It just kind of is a little bit more. You got to be a little bit more creative about it. Your bro's a gym bro, so he knows. Fair. You're a big build regardless. Never been under 240 even when you're fit. You're fine at 250. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if we're talking about more muscle than anything else, you're good. He's like 6'2", taller than you by the length of an AA battery. Oh, AA batteries, gotta love those. But yeah, it's definitely a sore topic for me whenever I have to talk about those types of medications with some of my patients, because I just kind of look at them like, look, you know, I rather that you not be on this for long periods of time. When shortages hit, it's gonna suck. I've had folks try to go from no Ozempic or low dose Ozempic straight up to what their target should be, and have to deal with untenable nausea or untenable diarrhea. And I'm just like, bro, like, no. If we could find another way to get this weight off and keep it off, let's do that. Let's do that. Almost broke my neck looking up. Wow, side. Man. All I gotta say is thank y'all so much for coming over and hanging out. To think side, you have to look up to your older brother. Oh. Dang. That, to see someone be taller than you and also be a gym bro, like, that hurts, man. Like, that hurts. His nickname was Too Tall. Oh my god. Yeah, no. Big Show. But yeah, we're gonna hop off for now. we'll be back on tomorrow. Not quite sure exactly when. More than likely, probably around 10 o'clock Pacific. We'll see. I gotta take care of a few things before we hop on live, and also got to figure out exactly what the hell I'm going to be playing. Because the other thing I've been kind of wanting to get back into, aside from jumping over to Resident Evil 4, is also Deus Ex: Human Revolution. So I don't know why. I think it's wanting to have that kind of first-person shooter, plus also have some element of Metal Gear Solid, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I might just go ahead and put all my options on one of those randomizer wheels. Press go a couple of times, see how it goes. Younger bro is the gym bro. He's like half inch shorter than you. Oh, so he's gym bro because he's trying to make up for some... he's trying to overcompensate. Adam Jensen. I never asked for this. Douchebags. All I gotta say, Gray, is you laugh now, but I think I'm very, very sure that you'd enjoy the series, just because of how much is happening in them, and because conspiracy theories. So, but thanks again, y'all, for hanging out. I will see you around, and I will see you when I see you. Oh man. Yeah, once you get your computer back up and running, yeah. Now you can PC, you might. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Yo, great. I mean, all I gotta say is, if you want a microphone to commentate gameplay, you just let me know, man. Because I think that that would be some of the most hilarious shit. Is to kind of see how you react to some of the in-game goings on and everything. Because, I mean, literally, just about every conspiracy theory you could think of, this franchise is all about leaning into it. And, in all honesty, it's fun. I've had a great time playing the originals. I've had a great time playing Human Revolution. I mean, I know it's not a popular opinion. I even like the freaking sequel, Invisible Wars. Yeah, it was a little bit wonky. Yeah, it was a little bit of a stretch from and a departure from the base series and everything, as far as gameplay goes, especially. But it was still a pretty good game. You've heard that, you're so for that, yeah. I mean, even something as simple as this vending machine technician keeps loading up lemon lime. They know I love orange, but they keep loading it up with lemon lime, and so it's just being like, you're being paranoid about this, and then you go off and you actually talk with the vending machine technician, and they look over and they're like, man, I hate that guy so much. I know he loves orange soda or orange drink, but I loaded up with lemon lime, and I intentionally mixed this up just because I hate this guy. That's how far they take it. I'm like, yeah, like, yo, bro, I love this. It really is awesome. Like, some of the pettiness that you see in this game is so great. But again, I'm rambling. I'm sorry, guys. I will see you around. Have a great time zone.